Hello? So I guess I must have broken the previous stream, but now we should be working. Hopefully. You know, fingers crossed. Let me just real quick make sure. Yes. Okay. We're working. I think. Yes. Okay. There I am. Yep. Last stream went on for a single second. Yeah, I realized that. But now we're working. That was a little embarrassing. But no more fuck-ups. It's not gonna happen. So tonight is gonna be a little something different than what I usually do. Usually when I do these creepypasta readings, I just, you know, for the most part, I just read them, right? But this time, I've set up a bingo card for everyone to click on. It should be in the description. If you just click on the first link in the description, it should send you straight to the website where you can get your own bingo card and play along. How it's gonna work is, this is pretty cool, watch this. I made myself a wheel of creepypasta. I did the logo too, pretty proud of it. I can put it in front of me if I want to, just so you can take a close look. Sometimes I forget I'm a graphic designer, until I actually graphic design. Regardless, this wheel I'm going to spin, and whatever it lands on is what we'll read. And then from that point on, we'll play the bingo we'll play the bingo card. We'll play it how it goes. And whoever gets to bingo first wins. I haven't come up with anything in particular, any prizes. It's just for fun. I was thinking at first, oh, what if I like gifted a subscription to whoever won bingo, but I feel like that's a little outside of my price range. To be completely fair. But it should be fun, regardless. Just how bingo is. Can anyone tell me if their cards are not working? I can really quickly just click onto my own stream, double check, make sure everything is working. So if I click on this link... Oh, interesting! Okay, I think it's broken. See, because I click on it and it does not send me to where I want to go. What if I just put a slash there? What if I did that? Would that work? Clicking on the link. Okay. If you refresh the description, it should be working. There we go. I'm seeing a lot more people start to flood in. This is good. This is good. 6 players so far. Just put your username in chat in the name box, just so I can tell who's who. I've got a screen that lets me look at everyone's cards, so I can tell if you're lying. Just so you know. Go ahead, mark your free space. And I think it's time that we spin the wheel. Crystal.HTML. Go ahead and mark off file extension off the bat. It's a good one. Now hopefully this screen also works. Perfect. I'm gonna go ahead, fill in my own card. I'll be playing along too. I put a different username, is that okay? You might have to tell me who's who though. Alright, we got 8 people playing, not including myself. This is great. This is perfect. This is exactly how I wanted this to go. Oh boy, I'm so excited. Alright, are we ready to start reading? I know I'm ready. Just gotta pull up my music real quick. Some people tend to ask me how I got these scars on my forearm. Well, it all started a few months ago, ever since I played that horrible game. It was a fresh Saturday afternoon. I was still dressed in my pajamas, while happily browsing the internet for hilariously random Sonic the Hedgehog animations. After about 2 hours of browsing, a pop-up entered the screen. It was really flashy and colorful, so I couldn't keep my eyes away. Before closing the pop-up, my eyes saw the words fan character and game, and I forced my hand to stop so I could continue reading. Hey you! Yeah you! Guess what? Your Sonic fan character can now be in their very own online game. Go ahead and mark off franchise character too. I may not be able to call out every single cliche, so, you know, if you want to mark them off as they come, then feel free. I will just be able to double check them at the end of the day. Oh, that reminds me, I need to do my own marking them off. Let's see. Just have to make sure. File extension, there it is. Alright, let's go. Now filled with the feeling of pure joy, I decided to click on the More Info button. Just then, my browser opened up a new tab with an unusual site. Website. Anyone has website, go ahead and mark that off. The background color was plain, pitch black, and there was a red box at the top of the page. Small white text inside the red box asked me for my email address. I typed it in and hit next. Genius idea. Then I was asked to send an image of my character and type up their personality and backstory. After typing eagerly for approximately 2 hours, I hit submit. The box then said that I would be receiving an email in about 2 to 3 weeks with the link to the game. After the long, tedious wait, I finally received the email with the game. A spark of excitement panged against my lungs as I clicked on the link. There it was! Crystal the Hedgehog in her very own game! The title screen had impeccable animation, and the artwork was adorable. However, as soon as my mouse pointer clicked play, something strange happened. Crystal's eyes widened, a grin stretched across her face, and the screen appeared to shut itself off. Huh, that was awkward. Once I turned the screen back on, my eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The title screen was the same, except the sky was a purplish color. The grass was black, and Crystal had dark gray fur and blood dripping all over her body. Then the screen rippled and changed to the character selection menu. The only characters available to play at the time were Darken the Darkhog, Flames the Hedgehog, and Shadow the Hedgehog. You can mark off edgy. Don't mark off excessive gore, because that's not necessarily excessive. But, you know. I was surprised. I never sent an image of Darken or Flames to those people who made the game for me. I selected Darken, who seemed quite confident at the moment. The screen twitched a bit and skipped right to the loading screen of act_. Huh. Perhaps there are a few bugs, I thought. Go ahead and mark off, must have been a glitch. When the level began, Darken was located at a forest similar to the one where Crystal always walks through whenever she feels depressed. Something was obviously going on here, but I decided to try and ignore it. I made Darken run to the right. There were no enemies or obstacles for about a minute, but there was a very strange background change. Go ahead and mark lack of enemies. Wow, this one's perfect. Is that a wax poetic? I wouldn't say so. I think... because it's not terribly written, but it's not, like... it's not well written. Let's see. The trees appeared to be dead, and the pixelated foliage began to look like bright red flames. What was this? Was this supposed to represent the fire that Crystal's family had died in? Or was this a symbol of her rage embedded deep inside her soul? Either way, the game was already beginning to be a bit freaky. The olive green colored grass began turning a burnt umber-ish color, and Darken suddenly stopped running. No matter how many times I pressed the arrow keys, he wouldn't move. My mouse pointer refused to move either. The computer froze, but the game somehow continued to play by itself. It was the strangest thing. Technically impossible. Well, I wouldn't say that's technically impossible. That can work. Technically impossible encapsulates... like, oh, I was playing this Super Nintendo Entertainment System, and then all of a sudden, a full HD image appeared on the screen. You know, that would be technically impossible. Yes, you can mark off author continues despite goings on. You can mark that one off too. Need to make sure I don't have that one too. Okay, we're fine. Oh, I forgot to mark off edgy. There we go. Let's see, where was I? Then, I suddenly heard a distorted female-like voice that came from the game. Are you ready to have some fun? You will have 20 seconds to escape the fire. The clock starts now. Just then, the computer unfroze itself, leaving me in control of Darken again. The fire quickly came in from the right, and I was forced to run back using the left arrow key. I kept hearing the sounds of faded, malicious chuckles and snickers that were coming from the background. The timer, which was displayed on the bottom left, or on the top left of the game screen, started counting down at a faster rate than before. Better hurry, time is running out, said the female voice. We wouldn't want our precious Darken to be burnt alive now, would we? What does seppuku mean? It's... because I didn't want to say unalive, it's the word that means ending yourself. I just didn't want to write it down just in case YouTube got mad at me if it appeared on my board. The sound of that ticking clock rattled inside my skull. Darken's facial expression changed. It appeared to be worried and frightened. Come on, run faster, I shouted. Darken seemed to hear me. His speed increased a bit as the fire continued to scorch and glow, annihilating everything in its path and making its way towards him. The time was down to 8 seconds. It was almost at the exit. However, something happened in the game that made my jaw drop. Another flash fire came from the left and burned the poor Darken to the ground. Unbelievable! Was I seriously leading him straight into his own death? His screams of pure agony and torment rang through my speakers. I guess you could mark down wax poetic now. Pixelated blood flew all over the screen. As the screen slowly faded to black, I heard a female-like, distorted, evil laugh. Aw, that's too bad. Let's try that again. Let me see, do I have wax poetic? I do not. Okay, just making sure. Character comes to life? No. That is like if... I guess that is a bit vague, isn't it? I would say character comes to life would be more akin to like if the character popped out of the screen or whatever, or if it's in your dreams. I would not mark terribly written. Terribly written means like poor grammar or like spelling mistakes. That's what terribly written is supposed to mean. Because all of them are gonna be bad. That's the point of... I've collected every single one as a bad one. So that's your free space, I guess, but... Terribly written is like, oh, they forgot to capitalize, or they forgot to put punctuation marks, or they spelled it wrong, or they have bad grammar. Like, oh no's type situation. If the character becomes physical, yes, exactly. Alright, let's continue. The black screen went back to the character selection screen. I took a look at the other two characters that seemed a bit nervous. I searched for Darken in the menu, but he was nowhere to be found. When my mouse pointer scrolled over Shadow, I saw his body quiver with anxiety. I thought maybe picking him wasn't the best choice, so I clicked on Flames. The screen twitched yet again and skipped to the loading screen of the next stage, Act 101. This time, the stage took place in an abandoned mansion. Flames appeared to be a bit unsure of himself, but I made him run forward anyway. As he continued to walk, I noticed that the mansion was acting very unusually. Bloody faces kept appearing through the windows, and every time lightning would strike, multiple blood stains appeared all over the floors and walls. You can mark off excessive gore now. Rusty, metallic spikes suddenly started to emerge from the ground, and I was acting all frantic, trying to dodge them. Then the screen froze yet again. "Here's to round 2, shouted the female voice again. "Let's see if you can avoid all the spikes." "Bet you can't. You have 30 seconds. The computer unfroze, leaving me with another timer ticking away. Flames began darting forward, twice as fast as before. The spikes appeared to be following him, popping up behind and in front of him. Luckily, I managed to jump over the tall ones when the timer was left with 5 seconds. I was almost out. Until... boom! Is that abandoned setting? No. Think of abandoned setting as, like, the story itself takes place in an abandoned setting, or, like, they find the game cartridge in an abandoned setting, or whatever. Give me 5 seconds, I need to plug my headphones in, they're about to die. I didn't think we'd be getting so close to bingo already. A lot of you guys, at least. I can see your boards. Mine is a bit, mine's a bit not too well. Let me put down excessive gore, reverse music, melodramatic, true story, let's see. Satanic, goes insane, fourth wall break. Okay. Boom! A huge section of the ceiling crashed down on top of poor Flames. His blood squirted all over the place, and the evil, distorted laugh came again. Well, it looks like this level really crushed you. And with that, the game was taken back to the character selection menu. The last character available was Shadow, whose facial expression seemed to be full of regret. I clicked on him. He turned his head at me and sighed. Why did he do that? The screen twitched a whole bunch of times, not just once, and went straight to the loading screen again. This time, Shadow was placed in Act 666. You can put down Satanic for that. Could I put author as a huge fan, as it's a game of their character? I usually, like, when I say author is a huge fan, it's more so in reference to, like, you know, I've always been a big fan of Sonic the Hedgehog. Right? You know, stuff like that, I guess. The stage took place in a gruesome cave. Blood was dripping everywhere, and there were various craters filled with a strange black liquid. The sounds of screams from tortured souls ran throughout the level, followed by the cracks and whips and whirs of drills. The BGM sounded dark, slow, and gloomy. Mysterious, too. As Shadow marched along, I could tell he was nervous by the occasional grimaces that would stretch across his face. There were many skeletons and unknown characters lying on the ground, hung by a rope and chained along the walls. Each and every one looked totally mangled. The lights that were hung by a weak little string flashed on and off, making the scene even more dramatic. Once I found an old, rusty elevator in the level. It was indecisive. Should I go or should I walk away? After about 5 minutes of arguing with myself, I forced my hand and made Shadow enter it. "Going down," bellowed the female voice. The elevator then slowly shrieked as it traveled downward, the screen fading to black. Suddenly, the screen was filled with static and shut itself off again. What the hell was that all about? Oh, shocking topics means, like, stuff that requires trigger warnings, like, fucking, like, think of the R word, you know. I'm like, how do I go about saying this without getting demonetized instantly? Rhymes with grape. That's true, yes. Stuff like that, or I guess I could have just said touchy subjects instead of shocking. But, you know, same deal. I turned the screen back on, only to reveal a horrifying scene. Darkin, who was nearly burned to death, was chained to the wall. All of his skin was peeled off his body, all his muscles revealed and bloody. Flames, who was crushed by the ceiling, was now just a pile of bones and skin, scattered all over the rocky ground. Shadow was also chained against the wall and was trembling in fear. The terrified look on his face almost made me want to cry. Just then, Crystal sauntered happily into the scene from the right, her body covered in blood. The grin on her face along with her wide eyes horrified me as she hummed a little tune. "Well, well, it's very nice to see you again, Shadow the Hedgehog." Lightning suddenly flashed, and once the scene was visible, Crystal's fur was yet again dark gray. Her teeth were sharp and pointy, and her pupils have turned into a maroon-like color. Her head turned to face me, and I flinched when I saw her wink. "It's nice to see you too, Sammy." You can mark off fourth wall break with that one. I wanted to ask, what is melodramatic protagonist? That's, like, think of, like, oh my god, how could this possibly happen to me? What's going on? You know, that kind of a deal. That is fourth wall break, and I think, did I put down, Noah's author's name? Yes. Put that one down too. Noah's author's name and fourth wall break. Both at the same time. Perfect. Quien es Sami? The main character, I guess. The author, I guess. You know. Lightning suddenly... Oh wait, I already read that part. By this point, I had already been screaming my lungs out. I fell out of my chair and hurriedly crawled over to the kitchen. You can put down melodramatic character now. Perhaps my brain was playing tricks on me from too many hours of playing. I served myself a glass of water, but before I was able to drink, I heard Shadow's shrieks and shouts of pure agony. I darted back into my room while holding the glass of water firmly in my hand, but I managed to spill it anyway. Shadow had been cut in half. All of his entrails were seeping out from the gashes Crystal had caused. The creepiest part? Crystal was giggling like an innocent child. "Crystal, how could you do this?" I shouted. I guess maybe I was going insane. Talking to a sprite wasn't exactly something a normal person would do. Hours? That's what I'm wondering. How do you play this? That was like at most 10 minutes of gameplay. Crystal turned her head slowly to look directly at my face. "What's the matter, Sammy? Can't handle seeing the torture of a male hedgehog? Because that's exactly what you have done to me in your role plays. Please. Torture me, make me suffer both mentally and physically." Suddenly, the screen began to flash on and off for about 2 minutes. When the screen turned back to normal, I saw Crystal's face close up. It was horrifying. Her fur seemed touchable, her teeth and lips were soaking in the blood of her victims, and her eyes that were full of hatred stared at me. You can put hyper-realistic down, by the way. Right at me. Why have you caused me to suffer so much, Sammy? Is it because you hate me, Sammy? Was I not good enough for you, Sammy? Was I specifically created to be eternally punished by these stupid men, Sammy? Oh, someone got bingo. Let me flip over to the window capture just real quick to show you guys. Here it is. There's our winning card right there. My face is kind of covering it up, but wax poetic, hyper-realistic, knows the author's name, melodramatic protagonist, and must have been a glitch. Gloomy won this round. Would the fact that they do roleplays make them a huge fan? I mean, roleplays more so in the sense of, like, playing with your own character. You can't really be a big fan of your own character. Well, you can, but it more so means, like, fan of a franchise. But yes, everyone, clear or I'm gonna go ahead and clear everyone's board. We're gonna start from the beginning with a new round, but we're gonna continue with the same creepypasta. So give me 1 second. Select all cards, clear and scramble. Everyone's cards should be back cleared. Make sure to mark off your free space. Yep, everyone clear, make a new card. We're gonna start one more time, continuing the story. None of those previous answers are gonna apply unless they come up again. So don't mark any of the things that were already there, basically. As they come up more and more, we'll do it that way. All right. I honestly didn't know how to reply to that. I was too petrified to say or do anything at the moment. Answer me! Answer me now! She screamed. I honestly don't know why I did, but I'm sorry. Her frown now became a wide grin, wider than any of the grins she had before. Her gums were clearly visible, black as her soul. Oh, you're going to be sorry. After saying that, the static started up again. When the static stopped, there were multiple hyper-realistic images shown of the victims' corpses. Okay, mark off excessive gore and hyper-realistic. Both of them. Wow, I can't even believe it. Do I have either of those? I do. I have excessive gore and I have hyper-realistic. Yes, perfect! Their entrails were wrapped around their throats as their blood flowed out of the gashes along their eyelids. As soon as my eyes experienced this horror, I began to puke. My eyes were watery now. I was on my knees, clutching my stomach, the aftertaste of vomit burning in my throat. I frantically tried to shut the computer down, but it was futile. It was unresponsive. Crystal just laughed in my face as tears streamed down my rosy cheeks. Silly child. There's nothing you can do now to save yourself. What is Zalgo? Zalgo means, like, won't turn off. Yes, do won't turn off. You can mark that one down. Zalgo is... Let me see if I can get, like, a good picture of this. Just real quick. Zalgo. Just unnecessarily dark, like, things that turn south really quick. Mostly with black eyes, red pupils, blood streaming down. Think of Sonic.exe, basically. Stuff like, yes, like this. This image. All this for some role plays. He started waxing poetic. Yeah, I would say. Let me see here. After she said that, I glared back up at her. I was angry. She is my character. I am in control, not her. Oh, we'll see about that, Crystal. I quickly ran up the stairs and grabbed my mother's metal baseball bat. Then I put on my father's racing helmet and dashed back down toward my room and began smashing the computer. The screen broke into millions of shattered pieces and the computer was smashed completely. A sigh in relief passed through my chapped lips as I heard the calm breeze coming in through the window. I picked up the pieces of the mangled device and threw it in the huge green trash can we had out in the front yard. Go ahead and mark down melodramatic author. Later on, the time read 10:06 and I had already been tucked into bed. I was not sleepy at all. Those images continued to pop in my mind. I wasn't sure if I was fully traumatized, but I was indeed terrified. Time passed and I was still unable to fall asleep. Everything was starting to make my heart beat faster. The sounds of my parents walking around the house, the wind, even my own breathing. Yep, there was definitely something wrong with me. Even more time passed, and my sleepiness was starting to get to me. I just couldn't keep my eyes open. Once I managed to calm down and shut my eyelids. Sweet dreams, Sammy. My eyes sprang open, and as I turned my head, Crystal covered my mouth and began attacking me. Character comes to life! Yes! I can't believe it. I knew it would happen. Oh, that's great. That's amazing. My eyes sprang open, and as I turned my head, Crystal covered my mouth and began attacking me. Luckily, my parents' sensitive hearing heard my whimpers and muffled shrieks. They ran to my room and opened my door as fast as they could. They saw my body bloody and beaten, but Crystal was gone. Sammy, what happened to you? My mother hugged me tightly as I began to cry. My father went to the bathroom and came back with a first aid kit. As he soothed the scratches located all over my arms and chest areas, I tried to explain what happened. I couldn't, though, because my mouth couldn't form the words. I was only stuttering and whimpering. A few weeks later, I came back from a hard day at school. As soon as I entered my room, I found another action figure in my collection that I did not recall getting before. I walked up to it, and to my dismay, it was a Crystal the Hedgehog action figure. Now feeling too horrified to speak, I lifted it up with a trembling hand and pulled a little string in the back of the toy. Let's be best friends forever, Sammy. And because of that, I know now to never click on a pop-up ever again. Vows to never watch or play again. You can count that. That works. What else? Did I put down doll, or did I just not mark that as something viable enough to put down in the list? I might have just forgot to put that down. You're my favorite deputy. I like that. That's funny. Oh, I need a drink. Man. Oof. Well, that was that creepypasta. That was a mess. I didn't think there would be so many cliches. That was kind of insane. I wanted to say adults are useless, but then the parents actually started helping. I know, I was surprised. If they would have said that, if the parents would have said, like, no, you're fine, there's nothing wrong with you, then I would have marked it down as parents are useless, but that one was a little painful, I'm gonna be honest. But yeah, that was Crystal.HTML. Why was it .html? Was .html ever referenced throughout the entirety of the creepypasta besides the title? An HTML file is a website. That's a web format. Did they give him a web page? But anyway, keep your boards intact. Don't shuffle them. Don't shuffle them. We're gonna move on to the next story with our current creepypastas, which is gonna be Funnymouth. That's a good one. Funnymouth is a pretty good creepypasta, so I'm hoping it won't be that bad, I think. Copy the link. Let's go over here. Creepy react to the creepypasta. You may see a couple varying web pages. I did want to have you guys be able to see the creepypasta being read in real time, but I really did not want to, I really didn't want to paste each individual creepypasta into their own, like, text document or something like that. I didn't want to do that. That's too much effort. Anyway, get your bingo cards ready for Funnymouth. Allow me to change up the music just so it doesn't get too old. I remember liking Funnymouth back when I first read it. Me too. I think it's a pretty decent creepypasta, if my memory serves me correctly. You know. Alright. We ready? That's like actual years ago. Yeah, this is an old one. Almost... Oh my god. This pasta is almost 9 years old. That's almost 10 years old. Excuse me. Wow. Anyway, let's get on with it. Funnymouth has joined Refer Sales channel. Hello everyone tonight. I like to lick the blood out of in the person. I see your handsome face. Don't be so sad about it. Come on. Smiling emoji. Funnymouth has left Refer Sales. Ghost George says, holy fuck, what the fuck? Holy fuck, what the fuck? You can put down terribly written just because the character in the story writes terribly. The Funnymouth guy. Lemon Lime Skull. Did that just happen? Yes, Skull, it did. The first thing I should probably note is that I'm Lemon Lime Skull. In other words, that's my screen name up there. This was the first time I saw or heard from Funnymouth, and for all intents and purposes, it should have been the last. Anyone who's spent enough time chatting away knows that weirdos come and go. Folks pop in to ask insane questions or just to troll a populated channel. What first struck me as odd about the Funnymouth guy, however, was the fact that he came and went with no particular goal. He didn't try to piss anyone off, and he didn't ask if anyone on the channel knew how to fix his computer or remove a virus. He just stuck his head in, rattled off some random text, and happily fucked off. So really though, what the hell? Not see clue. Not a clue. He's in another channel if you want to find out. Hashtag blood. I do not, sir. XD, bitch. I don't know what results I expected from following this guy to another channel. I'm not the type that goes out of his way to annoy or argue with people. I'll usually avoid it at all costs. So once someone starts with me, I don't mind getting into it at that point. Bingo already? My gosh, alright, let's take a look. Character comes to life, that was in the last one, and so is excessive gore. Terribly written, wax poetic, and vows to never play again. Yeah, I guess you're right. Neptune won this round. Everyone clap for Neptune. And clap for Gloomy for last round. That means we're gonna clear everyone's board again. Starting from the beginning. Go ahead and mark your free space, and then we'll continue. Oh, excuse me. I guess what I'm saying is I have no idea. I guess what I'm saying is I have no idea why I pursued this. You can put down author continues despite goings on. I'd be losing. Lemon Lime Skull has entered Blood. Hey, he was sitting there in the channel by himself. Weird face. I can't say that. I can't put that into human words. So you're staring at me. That's rude. Sorry, I just do it. It's okay. I see. Staring face. Okay, go ahead and write, or put down terribly written again. Just for that one character. You can put that down again. I actually chuckled out loud at this point. It was so weird and inoffensive. You can come back to refer sales if you want. We're not going to boot you if that's what you're worried about. Staring face. Or not. Whatever, man. You just seemed interested. You just seemed interesting, and I'm bored tonight. I am broad tonight, too. I always don't... You always don't what? I always don't, that's it. I always don't because they don't, and then... I get silly. Okay, well, see you around. Face. Staring face. And with that, I left. The act got old fast, and I felt like this was someone trying too hard. Or a legitimate moron who was unaware of how to properly use a chat program. Sitting idly by yourself and popping into other channels for a split second seemed like a desperate bid for attention. I might have done that and laughed my ass off in or around the 90s, but yeah. Stupid. Nothing. I seriously don't know what he's saying. Ha, welcome to the internet. What's sad is that, besides you and me, that's the only guy that's active here all night. Lemon Skull kicks Killj and shouts, "Wake up!" Blah. Silence dominated the channel for about a half hour as I minimized the window and went about my business. Anyone on? Nothing. 8 users in the channel and not a single one active. Boring! Why are you people so boring? Staring face. Wake up! Lemon Lime Skull puts everyone's hand in a bowl of warm water. It took me a few seconds to see it. Funnymouth again, staring again. I physically slumped my shoulders with a "not this shit again" sigh. Then I noticed he wasn't in the channel. Question mark? Ellipses. Anyone else see him? Of course not, because you're idle. I have to blow my nose. Give me 1 sec. Alright, I'm good now. Obviously, it was a glitch with either my client or the server. The message was kicked up from earlier in the night at random. These things happen. Still, it creeped the hell out of me. Markdown must have been a glitch. After a few minutes of sitting there with a really cold, creepy feeling in my stomach, that I shouldn't have done something feeling, I decided to stop trying to brave it out and just closed out the entire chat program. Sure, I could have just hung out like everything was fine, but why bother try to prove I wasn't spooked? Hell, nobody was even around to see me slink away. After a few more hours screwing around on the web, I went to bed at around 2:40 a.m. One thing I've always prided about... Wow, I can't read. One thing I've always prided about myself... Holy... Ah! One thing I've always prided myself on is that I do not have nightmares. At least, not regularly. Usually if there are monsters or ghosts or nuclear wars in my dream, I get to control it, and I have a great time. I'm shooting zombies in the face, outright telling ghosts that they're not real while I laugh at them. And if there's some disaster, I always know how to get to the safe spot, while every other motherfucker fries. I've had maybe 4 actual nightmares in the past 10 years, and yes, I'm completely serious. The first nightmare of my adult life was in 2005. I'd just broken off a relationship with someone who had been with someone else for over a year behind my back. That night, when I finally did get to sleep, I dreamt she was strapped down to a medical table, while some sort of unseen, inexplicable creature sucked her brain out through an organic machine. The brain screamed, ceaselessly. The second nightmare had me visiting a medical facility where they were experimenting with new methods of saving lives. There was a fantastic tour of this high-tech facility, lots of wonders of modern science, people in lab coats, etc. Then I was led to a room where 3 car crash victims had been saved by their techniques. This included a slowly rocking young girl whose face had been completely distended and hung around her chest, and a woman who was nothing but a cluster of twitching severed limbs, all held together by a drawn-out, kite-like span of flesh. The third came soon after the second. I was being accosted by 2 people. One who wanted to insult me to no end, and the other who kept trying to pinch and tweak me in absurdly ineffective ways. Thinking I could control this dream like others, I set the 2 men against each other, thinking it would be a sort of poetic justice. Oh, you can also put down excessive gore, just for the dream sequence, I guess. Instead, the pincher became increasingly violent until he was pulling at the other's cheeks, grabbing his tongue with a fist and furiously pulling at it until it came out. Then he pulled the fellow's eyelids until they distended in some sort of grotesque prolapse. And you can also put down wax poetic. I suppose what I'm getting at is that even when I did have nightmares, I was never the actual target of any sort of horror. It's always been a kind of empathetic horror related to someone else being brutalized. This night, however, was different. As soon as I fell asleep, I started dreaming. Basically, it was a recurring dream where it was a recurring dream I have where I'm in the woods, just checking out animals and birds and generally acting chill. I lie in the grass and look up at the sky. It's always a dream I welcome, because even if I've had a shit day, I'll wake up happy and ready to start over. This time, the script changed. I laid in the grass, but while I was staring in the sky, I felt something odd. It was a cold, squirming feeling on my neck. In the dream, I reached to my neck and pulled away a long, writhing earthworm. Earthworms disgust me. If I see one in the yard, I'll specifically get a shovel and heap dirt over it, simply so I don't accidentally see it again. Disgusted but more or less content, I flung the worm aside and continued my dream. Then, that feeling again. Clammy, wet, wiggling against the side of my neck. I pulled another worm away. Again it happened. The third time, the feeling of confusion and dread became so overwhelming that I immediately snapped myself out of the dream. That's what usually happens when shit gets real in my dreams. Game over. I figured it out, though. At least I thought I had. In the waking world, I felt my neck and discovered a slick, slimy film on my skin. Logic dictated that I must have been drooling in my sleep. Nothing to be proud of, but not exactly terrifying either. My dreaming mind must have translated the icky feeling into an appropriate creature in the forest dream. Perhaps more unsettling, though, was the fact that the bed around me seemed to have indentations. 4 to be exact. It was almost as if someone on hands and knees had been hovering over me as I slept. There was any number of reasons that could have happened, but from then on that night, I slept very lightly. Any little thing, like the sound of a ceiling fan, would wake me up straight away. I had no real interest in going back to the woods that night. When morning came around, I got ready to take off, to get out of the house and shake the cobwebs out. I only planned to check my email real quick to make sure I didn't have any pending transactions or questions I had to answer. Surprise! From Funnymouth@blue.com, Saturday, November 17th, 2012 at 2:42 a.m. to Charles Watts. You could put down No's real name. No's author's real name. I had a good time to talk to you. It can be fun again. You'll see what. I don't like stop it. As you probably recall, I hadn't given this asshat my email address. However logical answer someone else on the channel must have. He obviously came back to refer sales, asked someone who I was, and that douchebag completely betrayed me, knowing I don't give out my personal contact information. Although, the email was dated 2:40. That was pretty much the moment I went to bed, when everyone on the channel was still idle. Even though I well and truly knew I was taking some sort of bait, I responded. From Charles Watts, Saturday, November 17th, 2012 at 9:29 a.m. to Funnymouth@blue.com. Yeah, bro, not exactly sure I want you emailing me. It was clear and to the point that there was no mistaking the message I was sending, and though it was snippy, I wasn't goading him into replying by starting a flame war. But of course. From Funnymouth@blue.com, Saturday, November 17th, 2012 at 9:30 a.m. to Charles Watts. Come on, don't be so sad about it. I know you can like it. We will have fun a lot of the time. It's okay even. And with that, I blocked his address. Really, I shouldn't have done that in the first place, but I still had some sort of sick interest in exactly where this was going. Maybe if I put my foot down, he would admit he was just screwing around and call me a humorless wet blanket. When I saw it, it was just the same old bullshit that gave me the green light to go ahead and shut the guy out. For what it's worth, you can relax at this point. The blocking stuck. There was no follow-up message circumventing the ban. After a few minutes, I assured myself that this was all over and I went about my day. It wasn't until I got home at dusk that the cold, squirming feeling in my stomach started all over again. I had no idea why. Well, that's not entirely true. I had some idea. I checked my email. Nothing from Funnymouth. However, there was an email from Jorge. From Jorge G, Saturday, November 17th, 2012 at 2:03 p.m. to Charles Watts. Hey, refersales.com is fucked up. I can't get shit to load. When you're online, please take a look ASAP. Peace and carrots, Jorge. Blued. Lol skeletons added by lol skeletons. I let out a string of curses. Downtime meant lost sales, and I'd been out all day with no way for Jorge to contact me. If I'd been a little less strict with my personal info, he could have just called me. I loaded the site and waited for some sort of error screen. Instead, it began to reroute to another page. Blued.com. From Charles Watts, Saturday, November 17th, 2012 at 6:15 p.m. to Jorge G. Yeah, I see it. It's redirecting to a website with a giant pixelated face with a messed up tongue. I think this has to be that Funnymouth piece of shit. Did you give him my email? With the domain in it? CW. From Jorge G, Saturday, November 17th, 2012 at 6:23 p.m. to Charles Watts. It's a 404 page, not a redirect. I want what you're smoking. All I get on Blue.com is a coming soon notice. I didn't give anyone shit. Jorge. From Charles Watts, Saturday, November 17th, 2012 at 6:25 p.m. To Jorge G. Har har har, funny. Then Jorge emailed me a screenshot of the site giving a 404 error, along with a coming soon notice for Blue.com. He could have easily faked them, but why? I mean, if this was some sort of joke, it was pretty abstract, and I didn't get it. When I looked at my website files, everything was normal. Nothing was out of place, and nobody had even logged in to change anything. I checked the domain's name servers, the thing that routes a domain where it's supposed to go, and nothing was out of sorts. Still, there was this bloated, tongue-wagging face looking back at me with its empty eye sockets. Then, I don't know how I missed it in the first place. Looking closely, the picture of that face wasn't really pixelated. It was made of tiny letters, HTML code coloring, each letter specific to the image. Over and over again, the word that made up the image was right in front of me. Funnymouth, 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 in a great cluster of nonsense. I felt like spitting at the screen. Don't put down file extension for the sole You can put down file extension. We haven't gotten one in a while. Go ahead and mark that down. I unblocked his email address and set out writing an incredibly profane and threatening letter. I didn't really care if I got the site back at this point. I just wanted to get everything off my chest so I could feel like I was in control of the situation again. Before I could finish the letter, I just got this weird, creepy feeling again. That no, it couldn't be feeling where you know you're being absurd, but at the same time you know you're right. I stopped hacking out my death threats and checked the inbox. From Funnymouth@blue.com, Saturday, November 17th, 2012 at 7 p.m. To Charles Watts. I see your handsome face. From Funnymouth@Blue, Saturday, November 17th, 2012 at 7 p.m. To Charles Watts. Hey, buddy. Hello, buddy. I messed it up. 2 words and I messed it up. From Funnymouth@Blue.com, Saturday, November 17th, 2012 at 7:01 p.m. To Charles Watts. Come on. From Funnymouth@Blue.com, Saturday, November 17th, 2012 at 7:01 p.m. Hello. From Funnymouth@Blue.com, Saturday, November 17th, 2012 at 7:01 p.m. To Charles Watts. Hello, hello, hello. From Funnymouth@Blue.com, Saturday, November 17th, 2012 at 7:01 p.m. To Charles Watts. I don't want to not. From Funnymouth@Blue.com, Saturday, November 17th, 2012 at 7:01 p.m. To Charles Watts. I don't think about it, please though. From Funnymouth@Blue.com, Saturday, November 17th, 2012 at 7:01 p.m. To Charles Watts. I see your handsome face. Not only was that feeling correct, the feeling that he had already emailed me the minute I unblocked him, but it seemed he had steadily been emailing me non-stop since I'd blocked him. 10 more letters arrived just within the time span it took me to reply. From Charles Watts, Saturday, November 17th, 2012 at 7 p.m. To Funnymouth@Blue.com. Fucking stop! I was getting a stress headache. My heart was pounding, not from fear, but rage. This was probably the most absurdly infuriating person on the internet, and that's saying a lot. Thankfully, the string of letters did indeed stop. I tried to calm myself down, breathing deeply, but it didn't seem to take. I was still incredibly pissed. Slowly, methodically, I sent him another note. From Charles Watts, Saturday, November 17th, 2012 at 7:21 p.m. To Funnymouth@Blue.com. Hi. I don't understand what you are saying, and I do not understand what you want. I think there may be a language barrier. Is your first language English? I think you have done something to my website, and I would like you to undo it. If you are mad at me, I did not intend this to happen. You may have misunderstood what I said or what I meant. Please change my website back and let's both go our separate ways. Thank you, CW. I waited. I thought about how I'd conquered my anger and that this measured response was really the best way to go about it. This fellow would understand what I meant. He'd realize the mistake he made. I calmed down. Everything was going to be okay. Then, from Funnymouth@blue.com, Saturday, November 17th, 2012 at 7:23 p.m. to Charles Watts. And it was the emoticon again. I hit the roof. I hit the goddamned roof and went clear through it. I smacked the monitor with my palm, knocking it clear off the desk. That pissed me off even more as I drove my fist into the keyboard repeatedly until the keys flew free. I screamed out in a mixture of frustration with myself and rage over the situation and stormed out of the room, knocking down anything and everything I could get my hands on. For as long as I could manage this energy, I laid waste to my own shit. I would have started a fire and burned the fucking place down if I had a lighter on hand. That night, I stared at the ceiling for what felt like an eternity before sleep came. Waiting for sleep, I knew I was going to have a nightmare. I just knew it. That was how my luck was going. Imagine how surprised I was, even in sleep, when instead of some horrific setting, I was someplace safe. The woods. I laid in the grass again. I felt the relaxation. I knew, even my subconscious knew, that everything would be okay. No matter what setbacks life threw at me, the world would go on. Nothing was permanent. Everything was in transition. Nobody could really get to me. I felt the squirming around my neck. Nope, no dice. Nothing could spoil this right now. I ignored the worm. It would go away. I felt the squirming move to my mouth. Now I couldn't will myself awake. Every other time I'd been able to decide to wake up, but it seemed like that opportunity had now passed. Then it wasn't a worm. It was a finger. Then another. Then more, until 4 slimy, squirming digits were locked around my teeth, clutching my lower jaw. It didn't hurt when it happened. It was just a sort of pop. More pressure than pain. It was quick, and before I even knew what was going on, it was over. I then managed to force myself awake. I sat up and got to my feet in complete darkness. Feeling my way around the walls, I made my way into the bathroom. There I finally flicked a light switch. I stood before the mirror, rubbing my eyes as the harsh light blinded me. I stared into the mirror for minutes on end with no reaction, no feelings, no thoughts. Then I smiled. I smiled as best as I could, now that my jaw was completely broken, hanging loose around my neck. My tongue lolled out listlessly as I like a paralyzed gooey slug. My teeth weren't rooted in anything but threads of flesh, and I could pull them out by hand with about the same discomfort as a needle prick. I laughed, the halting sound coming out like the gurgle of a backed-up sewer drain. What a handsome face. What a funny mouth. A funny mouth. A funny mouth. Funny mouth. Funny mouth. Lemon Lime Skull has joined Refer Sales. I see your handsome face. Don't be so sad about it. Hey, where the fuck were you? Hello? Charles? Emoticon. Lemon Lime Skull has left Refer Sales. That was pretty good. You know, that was better than I remember. I would say you can mark off Shady Website if you have it. Just for the sheer fact that the website made him, you know, mess up. Forgot how yucky it was. It's a little yucky. But I think that's what sells it. It's pretty cool. And the descriptions aren't like over the top. I think it's well justified in my opinion. I don't know if it's just me, but that was pretty good. I'm trying to think if there's anything I missed. It leaves the question of, why did he write this? That's true, yeah. I guess it's more of like a personal diary of sorts that was like released onto the internet, because, you know, at the same time, why would he have prefaced the story with this chat log? Like, copy and paste. I mean, at the same time, it is just a story, but I think it's done well enough that it's believable. But at the same time, how would he have written all of this down to the point where he was, you know, with his mouth and whatever? Regardless, that one was pretty good. Not one of the bad ones at all. I like that one. However, it's time to spin the wheel again. Let's see what we get. Hopefully it's a good one. Oh, Spongecry.avi. You know what that means. Go ahead and mark down file extension. That's an easy one. Teletubbies. Oh wait, okay. I forget that it deletes the previous entry. I was like, wait, what? Teletubbies? No, it's Spongecry.avi is the one we're going to be reading. I need to switch to the creepypasta first. That's what I need to do. There it is. We're gonna keep this board up until someone wins. But you know what that means. Go ahead and mark down file extension. That was pretty quick. Remember those old SpongeBob episodes you used to watch in 1999 from season 1? Well, recently a secret episode has been discovered from that time period. Go ahead and put down hidden content. The other day I was searching through my computer when I came across a notepad document deep inside System 32. Having no idea how it got there, I scanned it for viruses. It had one Trojan in it. I deleted it and opened it up. All that was printed was one website link, followed by the following gibberish. Akladjawau 4 line F. The SpongeBob photo made me pee and cry. It's so scary. Tampered bootleg? Not yet. Don't say it yet. Having not a single clue what it meant, I continued by putting the site link, which I won't tell you in case anyone out there is fucking stupid enough to try it, into my web browser. It took me to a site. Oh, you know what that means though. Shady website. Do I not have it? Do I not have shady website? Oh, I don't have shady website! Dang, but one of you might. So if you do, go ahead and mark it down. It took me to a site where there was a black background and a huge button. It had the same text on it that was in the notepad document. I clicked it and it brought up a download link. The file wanted to be downloaded. The file wanted to be downloaded was called Spongecry.avi. As crazy as I am, I went ahead and downloaded it. Big mistake. The second the download finished, which was 4.6 megabytes, my computer made the weirdest sound ever and turned off. As I tried to reboot it, nothing happened. The file must have destroyed my computer. You can put down technically impossible if you have it. As upset as I was, I realized I was on my old PC. I hopped over on my Mac and re-downloaded it. This time there was no problem. Okay, don't put it down. Don't put it down. Oh, we already did shady website? I guess you're right. Yeah, because Funnymouth. Don't put down technically impossible because they kind of just explained what was going on. What was downloaded was the single.avi file. I played it. The movie clip was 6 minutes and 4 seconds long. It started out as any SpongeBob episode would, except the color was distorted. And when he got to playing the flute with his nose, it immediately went to the title screen. All that was on the title screen was the following words: SpongeBob Cry. Only there wasn't any jaunty music like there usually was. It lasted about 2.5 seconds. It didn't show who the writers and directors were. I just assumed that whoever put it online had edited it for time or something. You know what I forgot to put down in the thing is overly specific. Next time I refresh the card, there will be a new entry. Just because I forgot to put down one of the biggest ones is overly specific, like it was 4.6 megabytes and the time in between took about 2.5 seconds long. You're not gonna remember that shit, come on. It didn't show who the writers and directors were. I just assumed that whoever put it online had edited it for time or something. The episode started out inside SpongeBob's house. It showed SpongeBob sitting in his red chair. The strange thing was, all the other furniture was gone. SpongeBob was crying very hard, but it didn't sound anything like it does when SpongeBob normally cries. It sounded like a real human cry, but it was still different. It sounded... Where am I? It sounded so real and intense. SpongeBob was absolutely bawling. He was ripping chunks out of the chair. Then the camera zoomed really close in on his face. But it is the kind of zoom as if it was being videotaped by a real person. Then the camera zoomed out to show a rotting corpse of Gary lying on the floor in front of him. It was very disturbing. Gary was absolutely mauled to death. His eyes were lying on the floor. His shell was cracked to reveal a very gross image of the inside of Gary, which looked a whole lot more like what it would have really looked like in the episode where Gary loses his shell. The camera was moving around like crazy. SpongeBob suddenly got out of his chair and ran straight forward, and the episode stops moving for about 1 second, and it goes to black for 2 seconds. Then it comes back with SpongeBob's face pressed against the camera with his mouth exploded open and his eyes black, and a deafeningly loud scream. I jolt up and turn my volume down, and then the camera starts moving around like insanity. You can't even tell what is going on. It was worse than anything Pokemon could ever put out. What? What does that mean? What? What does that mean? The clip then goes to black for 1 minute and 38 seconds. 1 minute and 38 seconds! Of course, yeah. No more, no less. It comes back inside the Krusty Krab, dead silent. All of a sudden, the same face that was pressed against the camera appeared, but this time the scream was literally deafeningly loud. You can put down technically impossible just because of the sound thing. But it only lasted for about 1/4 of a second. Then, for the rest of the movie, it goes back to SpongeBob crying in the chair. But after every 10 seconds, SpongeBob gets just a little bit more decayed, and the sound gets a little more distorted. By the end, all there is left is static and screaming. Then you can see SpongeBob running again in the background of the static. Do I have technically impossible? Oh, I forgot to mark down file extension. How could I? No, I don't. Okay, well, shoot. But for the last 4 seconds, there is text on the screen that reads, "Owen-timed action will be badly." One-timed action will be badly. Exactly that, as if it was written by a preschooler. After the clip finished, my computer shut down. After seeing this video, I've never been the same. I've been angrier, crueler, and more anxious than ever before. It has haunted my mind all the time. I regret downloading the video in the first place. I wish I could just go back in Axlaj... Akludsjawau 4 line F. Okay, so go ahead and put melodramatic author. Yes. You can put that. Also be what's the one? And I'll never watch blank again. Well, no, I guess you couldn't say that because he doesn't say that. He doesn't say I'll never watch SpongeBob again. He doesn't say that. Don't put that one down. Sole owner? Sole owner means they are the only one who owns this copy. They make absolutely certain that... Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're right. You can put that down. Sole owner. Because he does say... Which I won't tell you in case anyone out there is stupid enough to try it. I guess he is the only one who has this. You can put that down, yeah. Nice catch. Damn, it's a full one whole creepypasta without a single bingo. That's crazy. That's alright. We will go on to the next one. Let's spin the wheel! Don't ever say it like that ever again. Let's see. Instant death disease. Alright. First time watching your channel, welcome. We have fun here. Instant death disease. Oops. Let me flip back over. Boom. Hopefully we get a bingo by the end of this one. Instant death disease. I was a worker, working at Colcanom Laboratories, Wales. We work with drugs and medical elements, creating cures and vaccines. My boss told me that whatever I do, I should never tell anyone about what we're doing. He began acting strangely only a few weeks ago, when we began Project Axolotl. We were aiming to give humans the ability to regenerate lost limbs, but it went wrong. Horribly wrong. My boss called me up to see him. He's a tall man. Oh, you know what? I forgot to switch the music. How could I? He's a tall man with dark hair. He told me that there seemed to be a problem with testing area 5B where my best friend was working. Of course, I immediately took the job of going down there and checking with him if all was good. It was not. My friend was sweating terribly and breathing heavily. His hands were shaking and he backed away from the testing area. I had never been in a testing area. Well, not while there was a professor at work, anyway. I worked upstairs where we formed chemical combinations and researched, dissected, and examined. I thought that in the testing area we'd be testing on animals. No matter how cruel that sounds, it sounded a whole lot better than what they were actually doing. Testing on humans. He backed away from the glass panel and I stared through, asking what was wrong. His hands trembled and he tried to pull me away, telling me not to look. The humans were there, all dead. I was immediately sickened. The idea of testing on each other sounded horrible to me, but I noticed that one was alive. She held her child in her arms. We were also testing on small children. Go ahead and put shocking topics just for the sole mention of, like, children test subjects. Where am I? There I am. Suddenly she looked at the corpses. She looked at us. And mouthed something. I looked away and didn't see. The sight of death itself proved too much for me, but I heard a sickly groan from my friend. Dread filled me. I grabbed him by the shirt and shook him. He gave a hollow rattle, as if there were no internal organs in him. I felt the sudden need to get as far away as I could. I cupped my hands over my ears and closed my eyes, running, although bumping into walls, all the way back to my boss's office. I told him frantically what happened, waving my arms madly. My boss's eyes opened wide, but then he smiled. He grinned, began laughing. That laugh was not of mirth. It was of insanity. It drove me mad, his demonic chuckle screaming through the room. He explained. We had been forming a disease, a new special disease. It would instantly kill our opponents. He had injected one dose into the test subjects in 5B, then told one of the men to read off a card. Once he read it, he gave out a sickening gasp. He was dead. When his body was examined by scientists just a few rooms away from me, the thought of this caused me to vomit. They found that he had lost all of his internal organs, all at the same time. His death had been instant, but excruciatingly painful for that fraction of a second. Have we already put down technically impossible? You can put down technically impossible. The thing is, the woman next to him heard what he said and suffered a similar fate, only mouthing the words to the man next to her, but then shouted the words, only heard by the baby. The last woman was deaf and mute. The woman was terrified at losing her baby. She went insane, but did not show symptoms of the disease. She cradled the baby and wrote to the scientists. Why won't my baby drink? Why is he so pale? How come he's so cold? This was too much to bear. The card was shown again, and after reading it and mouthing the words to my best friend, died. Anyone who says the name of the disease, reads it, hears it, sees it lip read, feels it in Braille, sees it in Morse code or click code or any language, is instantly killed. Instant. Although unbelievably painful, he said. Oh my god, I need to blow my nose again. Okay. He asked me if I wanted to know the name of the disease. I screamed no, covered my ears, and ran outside the door. When I peered back, my boss was laughing. He hadn't even said it. I went home, trying not to think about it. When I went to bed, I dismissed it as A, crazy dream, or B, my boss was pulling a prank. However, I felt like I was lying to myself. I couldn't help but feel that way. I couldn't get to sleep. I felt a churning in the pit of my stomach. My head throbbed like it was imploding, and I felt as if someone had taken a sledgehammer to my shins. Deciding to call in sick, I rung up my boss in the morning. I explained to him. He just laughed, his sickening chuckle dissolve into a disconcerting giggle. He told me okay, but I'd be missing out. It was in all the newspapers. Kolkanom Laboratories shut down. Oh! Oh, hold on. Go to the front. Ah! Someone subscribed, I missed it. That's alright. Kolkanom Laboratories shut down. All employees found dead. Company president Mr. B.H. Large found dead in the office. No evidence of how deaths occurred, no weapon found, no gas leaks, sign of accident. Only worker survived C.W. Dickinson, stayed home sick. I couldn't take it. I packed everything I could grab into a suitcase, smashed open my rainy day jar, the contents of which amounted to about 50 pounds, and stuffed the notes and coins into my wallet, which now felt like a lead weight. I started up my car, cranked up the radio, regardless of what was on, and floored it. I drove as far as I could until I'd almost crossed the border. My radio buzzed. This just in from the Kolkanom Laboratories case. The dead seem to have no internal organs. There's no sign of lacerations or wounds. It is almost as if their internal organs simply vanished. This seems instant, but recordings, CCTV, and 3-letter message scrawled by one of the employees may prove that it certainly wasn't painless. I crammed a CD in and slammed the pedal, doing a half-ish U-turn, an L-turn, and went for the countryside. I drove and drove, aimlessly following roads, roughly north. I didn't stop until I ran out of gas, where I grabbed my cases and ran. When I entered a field and I couldn't carry my cases anymore, I threw them in a ditch. As long as I could run, I ran. I didn't sleep until my body dropped. I awoke tired and groggy, my bones aching. I knew I had to run from what I knew. There was a virus going around. I knew exactly what my boss had done. He had shouted the name of the disease over the loudspeakers. Everyone who heard died. Some tried to block their ears, but the words flashed on the computers. The lights blinked it in Morse code. Everyone in the building was now dead. The terror they must have felt. The split second of reality-bending agony. And the friends. All the friends, the men and women I used to know. I'm now sleeping in a hotel room I found. It's far away. It's old and quaint. I think I'll be fine here. They don't have TV, and I always stay away from the radio. I'll live, knowing a harrowing truth. But I can't tell. I have a name for the disease. It's simple. It's blunt. It does exactly what it says on the can. I call it instant death dis... Wah wah. I think from a psychological standpoint, it's a really cool concept, like a phrase that if understood by anyone, they instantly die. But at the same time, why? Instant death disease. Blah, death. Died. I think so, Astra. He died because he gave it a name and read it. Ugh. I would not call that excessive gore, no. But I think... Wait, did we already have excessive gore? From, like, a previous one? I think we did. I just forgot to mark it on my own. I am gonna be right back. Thank you for the sub, by the way. You're awesome. I am going to be right back. I need to blow my nose amongst other things. But once I'm back, we will continue with the same cards. Don't clear your cards. Don't leave the website. Don't do anything. I'll be back in a few. Okay, I'm back. That wasn't too long. Let's spin the wheel again. You ready? Papercuts, aka the failed human experiments. Alright, let's pull that up. Wherever it is. Here we are. Let me resume the rain sounds, as well as put on a different track for all of you to enjoy. Wait, I need to get out my bingo card. I am about to tell you a story from something that will forever haunt me. It all started when me and my best friend Mickey were listening to the radio. The news reporter said a woman went missing. They said her name was Rosie Saxon. Then all of a sudden, Mickey said he knew her. I looked at him in shock. Mickey also knew her parents, so we went to visit them. When we got to her parents' house, they explained that she was just hanging at the mall with her friends, and that she didn't come back. They were too grief-stricken to talk about the rest, so we went to our friend Larry's house. Larry had been acting weird ever since the disappearance of Rosie. He said, "I have been working on some project for school." Despite Larry's lack of information on Rosie's disappearance, I was pretty sure we would find something, and soon. Part 2. What kind of sick son of a bitch would do such a thing to steal a person? Mickey said angrily as he took a bite of his sandwich. I don't know who would, but have you noticed the way Larry has been acting since the disappearance? I said. Go ahead and put down terribly written. The pacing is so bad. I'm having a hard time keeping up. After that episode, we went to bed. The next morning when I woke up, something wasn't right. Mickey was gone. It said something on the wall near Mickey's bed. It said Papercuts in red ink. Something weird was happening. Part 3. After Mickey's disappearance, I tried to figure this out, so I went to my friend Tommy's house. But he wasn't there. Then when I went to my other friend Katie's house, she wasn't there. Then I did the obvious thing. I went to Larry's house, but he was acting a little weirder than usual. He had this sinister look like he killed someone. He kept getting anxious like he was planning something. He kept laughing and murmuring to himself like he had done something wrong, but he didn't care about it. Was this the end? Was I really going to die like this? Did Larry kidnap Rosie, Mickey, Katie, or Nick? I thought. It might have been the end for me at this point. Part 4. I woke up in some lab-like environment, but what I saw made me sick. I saw my best friend Mickey hanging by his entrails. Yeah, we already put down excessive gore. We already have that. Scary. Papercuts, he said in an extremely weak-sounding voice. Then Nick and Katie tied together in barbed wire, getting torn apart. There was some contraption above them. It seemed that the device above there would decapitate them if they tried to escape. Then the next thing I saw churned my stomach. It was a photograph of what I guess used to be Rosie, because the name Rosie was descripted in the bottom. I noticed that she was sitting on the bed I am sitting on now. Here's what she looked like. That's what she looked like. That's what it looked like. The photo had bad resolution, so really couldn't make anything of. Oh, I can't read. The photo had bad resolution, so really couldn't make anything out of it. I puked at the sight I was seeing. Then I saw a figure. It was a little tall and whitish. It was Larry. He unstrapped me, brought me to my feet, and took me to a chair. Strapped me up again. See those over there? Those are my failed human experiments. And you will be my first success, he said as he grabbed a thin layer of construction paper. What are you doing with that? I said in fear. He took the webs of my fingers and sliced them with the paper. Why are you doing this? I said in horror and agony. Experimenting with paper cuts, he said sinisterly as he was slicing the webs of my toes. Then he grabbed my neck and sliced my neck. He unstrapped me as he grabbed a gun out of his pocket. You failed experiment! You failed me! Now you must end up like my other fucking failed experiments! He said, holding the gun to my head. The second after he said that, I slugged him in the stomach. He was on his knees. I grabbed his gun and pistol whipped him to death. After that, I got my friends to the ER. We came out alive and decided to have a survival party at my house. It was a great time, too. But Larry was found dead in his garage the same night. We all made it out alive, and we had a party! Part 5 Epilogue. After the party, Katie and Nick went back home, and me and Mickey started to go to bed. Mickey was looking for his toothpaste. Hey dude, look what I found, as he was going in. Alright, have it your way, but I'm gonna keep it, Mickey said joyfully, but sadly, Mickey was found dead the next morning. Wait, what? What the fuck happened? What just happened? What? Hey dude, look what I found, as he was in... Alright, have it your way, but I'm gonna keep it. Huh? Killer toothpaste that kills you. Huh? What the hell? What even? What? Okay. Yet another round goes by with no bingo. Damn. Well, you know what that means. Time to spin the wheel! Garfield's Horrible Joy. We almost got Minecraft Satan Edition. Did you see that? Imagine if we got that one. That one would have been so good. So good. Alright. Here we go. You ready? I'm not. I'm a pretty big fan of Garfield. Go ahead and mark that one down. Author is a huge fan. That was pretty fast. I'm a pretty big fan of Garfield. You know, the comic strip character that's a fat orange cat with black strips that loves lasagna. You probably do know about him and his huge fan base. But something that many Garfield fans don't know is that Garfield had some TV shows like Garfield and Friends. The majority of these were hand-drawn shows that followed most of the traits that the comics had. There's one show I want to talk about called The Garfield Show. This was a computer animated show that was like Garfield and Friends. but with much better quality and a few more characters. Better quality? Is that true? Is that true? I loved watching this show, and so many others did that they had to keep it going to this day. But the show was supposed to stop at season 4, for reasons I will tell you in a second. When I was at a garage sale, looking at some stuff to get, my eyes laid on a Garfield DVD which has the first 4 seasons of the Garfield show. So I asked if I could pay for this, and the guy said to take it for free. I was so overjoyed that I ran to my house and put it into my DVD player. Guess what? Go ahead and put down yard sale. I believe I put that down, didn't I? Did I put that down? You can also put down bootleg. Tampered/bootleg. Oh, resale. That's what it's called. Thank you. Yes, put down resale. Oh, I'm so close to a bingo. I have 2 chances. Maybe I'll get it. Maybe I'll be the first one to get bingo this time. It started at the intro. It started at the intro where I could choose any episode from seasons 1 through 4, but at the very bottom of the list was an episode called Garfield's Horrible Joy. I had no idea what this episode was, but out of curiosity I clicked on it. I wish I hadn't clicked on it. It started out with Garfield sitting on the chair and eating what looked like a dog's ear. I was a little confused, but thought it was just a bit of lasagna. Then Nermal came over and said hi, and kept bragging about how he's the cutest cat in the world. This is when things got scary. Garfield then closes his eyes. For 2 seconds they stay closed. Then he opened his eyes, revealing 2 bloodshot eyes. Then Garfield grabbed Nermal by the neck and threw him against a wall. Then he pulled out a butcher knife, and that already had blood on it, indicating that he had already killed something with it, and then slowly approached Nermal. I was terrified at what I saw, but had to see what happened. Ooh, author continues, despite goings on. But we already have that one. Shit. Alright. Then Nermal opened his eyes, revealing to him Garfield with bloodshot eyes and a knife. Then Garfield stabbed Nermal in the stomach, making blood splatter everywhere. Then came something that scared me for life about eating meat. Garfield ripped open Nermal's chest and ate his intestines, all the while Nermal screaming to death. I threw up at the sight, but had to see to the end, regretting it. After that, Garfield went up the stairs and saw John working on his computer. Hidden content? No, no hidden content. This is just bootleg. After that, Garfield went up the stairs and saw John working on his computer. Then John turns around. Oh hey, Garfield! Ah! Garfield then leaped up at John, stabbing his eye socket. Blood everywhere as he ran around the room until he just laid there, dead. Then it showed a close-up of the front door. For 10 seconds, nothing happened. Then Garfield's face appeared. He had demonic sharp teeth and huge bloodshot eyes, and a message repeatedly flashed on the screen saying, "I'm gonna kill you, Sam! Sam! Sam!" I immediately took the disc and smashed it to bits. I will never see Garfield or any cat again, because every time I see a cat, I always see those red, bloodshot eyes. Watching that disc has let out a demon, and that demon is after me. As I record this, Garfield is slamming on my door, meowing his normal meow from the show, and I know that when he kills me, the last thing I will see are those red, bloodshot eyes. Okay, so there were a couple there at the end. Knows the author's name. Shoot, what's the one? It's, vows to never watch or play again. And then I don't... You can also put down, I don't have much time to write this. That was 3 in the span of like 5 minutes. Bingo. Who's got a bingo? Neptune again? No, no Zolko. Wait, Astra's had a bingo this whole time. No, Astra, are you just like filling stuff in? Or are you... You're Japes. Do I? Yes, you have diagonal. Goes insane, haunted media, free space, terribly written, and satanic. You forgot to exclaim the bingo! Okay, so Astra won. Astra won a while ago. Oops. Just so you all know. Going from bottom left to top right. Satanic, terribly written, free space, haunted media, goes insane. Astra won earlier, but I guess no, they forgot to point it out. Great! Well, that was a little... That was an oopsie. You know what that means. Time to clear and scramble. Go ahead and mark your free space. Oh wait, actually. I need to put a couple more. I need to put a couple more down. I'm going to change... I don't have much time to write this, to say... As I'm writing this. It means the same thing. What am I missing? I have been reading through and coming across different ones that I'm like, oh, I should have put that there. But, oh, no, or I already put down overly specific. I could also put down abrupt ending. That's another good one. I'm gonna save that. And then I'm gonna select all and I'm gonna scramble again. Sorry. Anyway, mark your free space. It's time to spin the wheel again. Oh. Uh-oh. Sally.exe. Oh no. There's gonna be like 2 bingos in this entire story. Oh, okay. Alright. You know what that means. Yep, go ahead and mark down Sally, or, sorry, mark down file extension, as well as franchise. Oh wait, did I not put down franchise character? Oh, I forgot to put down franchise character! I'm so sorry, but I'm gonna scramble it again. Now we're good. If you have franchise character, mark it, and if you have file extension, mark it. I have franchise character. I don't have file extension. But file extension is an easy one to get out of the way instantly. Oh. Here we go. Alright, let's get started. I'm a big fan of Go ahead and mark down author is a huge fan. I swear we might get a bingo within the first 5 minutes. I'm a big fan of Sonic the Hedgehog series, like a lot of people. I narrowed down to the classic Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon shows though, because I think the rest Sega had spawned was rat crap. To each their own. I was browsing eBay the other day. I wondered if there would be any items about my favorite character from the series, Sally Acorn. Indeed, what I found was a plushie that was manufactured in Sega World of Sydney, which closed down due to the lack of visitors in 2006. I'm also going to put down plushie. I'm not going to refresh it, but just for the future, I'm going to put plushie as one of the options. Also, mark down resale. Yep, mark down resale and mark down shady website. Do I have either of those? As I'm writing this, excessive gore, terribly written. Nope, but you guys might have it. eBay shady. Yes! No, don't put down shady website. And does eBay count as shady? If it were Craigslist, maybe I would have counted it, but on second thought, don't put down shady website. Those Sally plushies were very rare, but I didn't have the money to buy her and my parents would despise me for it. I examined the plushie for a while as the article came with pictures. This Sally even had her jacket. On it was written with permanent marker, God! I don't really know what it meant. Probably the initials of the child owning her before they sold her. Go ahead and put down I am God. That was fast. I clicked the back button to return to the Sonic Sally search, knowing I wouldn't win the auction anyway, only to find another article had appeared. Sonic SatAM cartoon all episodes, with the price of $1 on instant buy. SatAM DVDs were never released where I came from. Bummer. So as happy as I was, I wanted to rewatch the show and checked out the article. It had no description and no address where it came from. Germany, Canada, etc. It was missing, and the shipping price was stated to be free. I looked up at the photo of the article. It was a blank CD. I've decided to buy it anyway, not just for the nostalgia, but the writing was great, and I loved Robotnik in this series. Well, it all started when the mail arrived. It arrived the next morning, oddly. It was Sunday. I was happy to receive the episodes and immediately put the blank CD into my laptop, starting the DVD. Sadly, the DVD didn't start, but it offered me to show the files, so I opened the folder and saw a Sally.exe application. I was confused at it being an EXE, but I started it anyway, and indeed, it was playing a SatAM episode. The episode Hooked on Sonics began. The episode started out all normal, along with the intro, no blood or anything. But the sad thing was that my computer blue screened when the kissing scene of Sonic and Sally started. When Sally walks over to Sonic and kisses his cheek, he calls her kiss not so good and grants her a better one. And it was so cute too. Blank CD equals tampered bootleg. Yeah, I would put that down. You can mark that. The computer rebooted and I took out the CD as I thought it malfunctioned and threw it away. Could have asked the person to give me my money back, but he can keep the $1 I gave him. I mean, it's just $1. I continued to normally browse the internet, speak to friends on Skype and all. Nothing was wrong until when I was watching a random YouTube video, my cursor, the white arrow in case you don't know. Just in case you don't know what a cursor is. Oh shit, where was I? It started to completely spaz out. I disconnected my mouse, but the cursor continued to thrash around the screen. I even deactivated my touchpad and it continued. Suddenly it came to a stop and I carried on, ignoring what had happened. Okay, author continues despite goings on. Fucking... Technically impossible, I guess you could call it. Yeah, go ahead and put down author continues despite goings on and technically impossible. Okay, suddenly it came to a stop and I carried on, ignoring what had happened. Soon I found myself downloading a ROM for Sonic the Hedgehog. Fun game. As soon as I had it downloaded, I started up my emulator and begun the game in windowed mode, but oddly the complete screen went black. I shrugged it off and waited for the game to start. The familiar Sega jingle didn't sound. Well, it did, but it was slowed down so much it sounded demonic, and it gave me a cringe. It gave me a cringe. Why did they find themselves doing that? I don't know. That's a good question. The background remained black and Sonic didn't run past the logo. It faded to black and some text appeared. I first thought it was a red font, but it looked like it was scratched into my computer screen. Up for round 2? I blinked and flinched as the main screen came on. The sky was a dark gray and the clouds looked dull and black. Like right before I lost my place. How did that even happen? Also, hello chat member. Hello. Hello. The sky was a dark gray and the clouds looked dull and black, like right before a thunderstorm. The mountains were decayed and so was the logo. It even looked partially rusted. I was amazed at the pixely detail, but it also scared me. Sega 1991 was now replaced with Sega 666, and the water was a bloody red. Go ahead and mark down... Oops. Go ahead and mark down satanic. That was easy. Don't put down excessive gore, though. Excessive gore, not yet. The familiar music wasn't playing. I can't speak! Hold on, I need to take a sip. I think it helps. I think the fact that I can't read has also helped with the fact that it's also... I'm gonna put down terribly written too, because the grammar is really not good. So many misspellings and grammar mistakes. The familiar music wasn't played either. It was just a 16-bit mess of sounds, the demonic Sega occasionally mixed in. Instead of Sonic showing up, 2 characters appeared next to the logo, Tails and Knuckles. The sight of them frightened me. The sight of them terrified even more. Tails' eyes were black and they were bleeding. His fur had become a dull gray or black as well, as he had an expression of anguish on his face. You can put down Zalgo, by the way. Knuckles looked far worse. His red fur had darkened to a reddish gray. His dreadlocks were dripping with blood and his eyes were black and bleeding like Tails's, and he had a look of sadness on his face. Just then I noticed a new character pop out of the middle of the logo. A pink, bubbly little hedgehog poked her head out. At first she was smiling, but then frowned at what was around her. She looked confused and nervous, like she didn't really know what was going on. Amy Rose? I thought. What is this all about? Curiosity drove me to press enter. A short yet loud static noise sounded and the screen faded. I wish I hadn't done so. I'm gonna put down a new entry. I wish I hadn't. I wish I didn't. ... Okay. That's another one that I'm noticing is coming up a lot of times. Kyle didn't want to play with me. The writing appeared again. What a shame. But I can play with you, right? The demonic Sega jingle sounded again as for a split second, an image flashed. It disappeared too fast, so I couldn't make it out. But I could swear I saw a red and black Sonic with black and red a red and black Sonic with black and red eyes. I almost felt them pierce me, and that moment made me jump. It didn't begin in Green Hill Zone Act 1, though. I wish it did. Instead, the title card read, Not Perfect, Act 1. The game begun. Begun. Is begun even a word? I feel like I'm going crazy. Past participle. So they're not using it. It's a real word, but they're not using it in the correct context. Ooh, making me angry. Let me see. Where was I? There I am. The game begun. The ground looked like the normal Green Hill Zone, but the background was pitch black. Amy stood normally where Sonic would be in the original game. Surprisingly, that was a well-made sprite. It wasn't her classic self, but her current self. It looked official, even. On the opposing side of the screen where Amy was at, there was a large silver ring. In front of the ring stood the sprite of Sonic with a smile on his face. The animation of Amy standing there was that she stared forward with a lovey-dovey expressions as hearts came from her head here and there. I guess I should head to Sonic, I thought, as I moved Amy towards Sonic. But Sonic ran away and jumped into the ring. I made Amy leap right after him. The level teleported to one of the stages where you can get a Chaos Emerald. The background was pink with love hearts all over. It looked cute, but I was distracted by only having 4 red-white colored spheres to jump on. And I've tried to balance Amy on top of it, but as she desperately tried to keep onto of the spheres, but my controls slipped and Amy fell. I fell into a wall of goal spheres. Just as I thought I'd teleport back, a loud shriek sounded and the image of this demonic Sonic continued to flash over the screen. The screen completely spazzed out and I heard shrieks, loud shrieks, from what I could swear was Amy Rose herself. I kept hearing no, no, and loud cries of agony and pain which abruptly ended with more statics for a split moment before the screen cut to black. Soon the title screen appeared again. Knuckles and Tails were missing, but instead Amy appeared. She was smiling her usual cute smile, but her body had holes. Not bleeding holes or bullet holes, just holes that pierced her body all over. Her colors faded to a dull black and white. Even her eyes looked oddly disfigured. This scared me so much my entire body began to itch. I scratched myself over and over as I watched this new character appear. I frowned upon seeing Cream, who had a sheer terrified expression and huddled against the logo for comfort. Poor Cream. I wanted to quit the game, but as if forced, hit start again and the screen faded. Kind and Fair, Act 1. The screen was blank now, and the background music was a drowned-sounding, slower version of the Green Hill Zone. It nearly made me gag, but something forced me to play. The stage began, and Cream's sprite was like Amy's, very well done. You can put down melodramatic protagonist. He seems to be a little overreactive. The environment was childish. It looked like a cute cutout. In front of Cream was the TV box that gave you higher speed. Bingo! Again? Neptune! This is, I think, the 3rd bingo you've gotten so far. Let's take a look. melodramatic protagonist, resale, franchise character. Oh, wait, excuse me. Melodramatic protagonist, resale, free space, terribly written, and satanic. Well done. You know what that means, though. It's time to refresh those cards. Sorry, everyone. Had to be done. Go ahead, mark your free space. Gah. I'm dying. The environment was childish. It looked like a cute cutout. In front of Cream was the TV box that gave you a higher speed. I made Cream crouch down and do a spin dash, and I dashed ahead, crashing the box. The level didn't change. The ground was a solid platform, and it seemed that Cream was going faster, 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 and as she crashed, more boxes, and more, and more. I noticed the music got completely out of sync, which scared me. Give me one second. I forgot to press save on the changes that happened. And I also want to change... Where is it? Reversed music, I just want to say reversed slash... What's the... modified? That's not the word I'm looking for, right? Reversed or, like, tampered with, but I don't want to say tampered again. Reversed or distorted. Yes! Distorted. Thank you. Alright, go ahead and save those changes. And I think it doesn't... I think it adds some of the new ones to your card. Is that true? Did anyone get... I did! I got Plushie, which wasn't there before. Okay, I'm not gonna refresh your bingo cards then. You can keep them. Because I guess it adds the new ones to people's already existing cards. Alright, well... Continuing on. Suddenly, Cream crashed into a wall of spikes. A loud splat sounded, which didn't even sound like it would belong in a 16-bit game. Poor Cream was torn to shreds. You can put down technically impossible. That was fast. Do I not have it? I don't have it. You might. Blood dripped from the spikes and the bloodied rabbit as the background slowly began to melt in front of my eyes. The image flashed again, and soon the title screen appeared. As expected, I was back on the title screen, and Cream appeared with Amy. She did look scared, but her other eye was, how do I put it, droopy and dead, and bled a black goo. Go ahead, put Zalgo, and put excessive gore. Ooh, lots of spaces. Her ears were over her face now instead of the back of her head. Her color scheme changed from brown and orange to a very, very dark purple and red. Her dress was a dull gray. For the third character, and God did I want to cry and weep when I saw Sally Acorn pop out of that goddamn logo, putting on her innocent smile as she waved towards me, like she didn't know what torture would happen to her. The game was so terrifying and yet so fascinating, but I wanted to stop real bad, but my hand wouldn't budge. Okay. Wait, hold on, let me read to the end of the paragraph. I even started shaking. I wanted to reach for the power button, turn the darn thing off, but my hand just wouldn't move, and before I knew it, I already hit start and the screen faded. Go ahead, mark down. Author continues, despite goings on. And melodramatic protagonist. Both of them. Blank Act 9, it said. A sad, dull melody played in the background as the silhouette of the ground and a sprite silhouette that resembled Sally appeared in front of a background that consisted the whole group. Amy, Cream, Knuckles, Tails, and Robotnik appeared, all in their tortured forms with a saddened expression. It also had Sonic, but in a nearly unrecognizable way. He had a wide grin on his face with razor-sharp teeth. He had black eyes with red dots for pupils, which were bleeding. It looked like he would reach out to the silhouette in front of him. I tried to move Sally to get her out of there, but each wall wouldn't budge, and Sally would do a pushing animation. I stopped in the middle as, to my horror, the stage began to shrink, and the black started to close in on Sally. I tried moving her again, but the walls wouldn't budge or move. I walked Sally back to the middle as the walls closed in on her. She crouched before she completely disappeared in the black. Go ahead, or not go ahead, sorry, I'm going to go ahead. Change Zalgo to black eyes, or excuse me, black/bleeding eyes. So if you have Zalgo, it's gonna change to say black/bleeding eyes, because, or not black, sorry, I want to say empty bleeding eyes. Because I feel like Zalgo is a little, doesn't really explain much. It's a bit too niche of a thing to describe, I guess. Anyway. Splat. The red writing appeared on the screen again, only it was dripping like blood, and it was crooked. Sonic, my love. Suddenly a familiar scene faded in. I recognized it immediately. Sonic's Sad AM was playing from where the CD cut off. It had a reddish shade, and Sonic had these black, bleeding, demonic eyes. Sally looked even worse, at least to me. Her eyes were missing. It was like they were taken out, and Sally's skull was sewed closed again. Blood was running from her wound. It didn't look Photoshop, it was actually animated. Sonic pulled Sally over like in the show, only tentacle-like things bursted out of their mouths and locked, making disgusting slurping noises. I could even see them bulge in Sally's throat. Huh? I don't remember that part. Worst thing was that they even looked like they were enjoying it, and for a moment, I think I was too. What the hell is wrong with this guy? What is wrong with this pasta? What? I could see the corrupted Tails and Knuckles in the background too. Sonic pulled away. So? Not bad, Sally simply replied. I gagged and looked away from the screen. Out of the corner, I noticed something on my bed. On my bed was the Sally doll I saw on eBay. With its eyes missing. You can go ahead and put down plushie. Author's poorly disguised fetish. That's what I'm saying! Oh man. That was even worse than I remembered. That's crazy. Wow. Character comes to life? I wouldn't say that. That would... it's really towing the line, but it's... At the same time, it's just barely not. I would not put down character comes to life. Was there anything hyper-realistic? No. I think they made absolutely certain to say it didn't look photoshopped. Abrupt ending? Yes! Yes, you're right! Abrupt ending. Go ahead and put down abrupt ending. So many readings of the... Isaac versus Gertie! Well, that one was shit. That one was really bad. That one was worse than I remember. And you know what it is? It's just a copy of another one. It's a copy of that one YouTube video. Chinelin Sonic is what it's called, I think. Or it's the video titled Sonic by the YouTuber Chinelin. Anyway. Come on, Minecraft Satan Edition. That's what I'm saying. Let's spin the wheel! Oh, you know what? Even better. We got Ihsoy. That one's just about as bad, I think. Oh god, this one's long though. How long is this? Like a half an hour? No, okay, this one is like 20 minutes. We can get through this. Let me change the music. I forgot to turn off the... I need to remember to turn off the music when I switch the screen because other music plays. I keep forgetting about that. Maybe it ends when someone gets a bingo. The stream? Oh, you mean the story. I think just for the sake of reading it, I will make it to the end. But I'm not gonna have fun. To be fair. However, I gotta do what I gotta do. Wait, we already listened to that one. Let's listen to Aftermath. Please? Are you gonna play? If it too long, end it when it bingo. No. I will keep going. Unfortunately. Alright. Let's get into it. So it was August 18th, 2012, which was the day before New Super Mario Bros. 2 was released for the 3DS, as well as the year the Wii U would be released, along with many other games such as New Super Mario Bros. U, Zombie U, Luigi's Mansion 2 Dark Moon, Paper Mario Sticker Star, and many other great games. This story is about my creepy encounter with one of these games, New Super Mario Bros. 2. Side note, this is written in a future perspective in which it is supposedly being written 8 years after the events occurred, which obviously isn't true since it's still October 2012 as I'm writing this. What? What does that mean? Then don't write it like that. Question mark. Less than a year prior to New Super Mario Bros. 2's release was Super Mario 3D Land's release. And considering I loved the cape in Super Mario World and the Tanuki suit in Super Mario Bros. 3, I purchased both games. There was only so much to do in Super Mario 3D Land, and I 100%ed it, and I 100% completed it in less than a week. Granted, I did spend almost half of my week playing it, and another quarter playing Mario Kart 7 and messing around with the features of my newly acquired 3DS, leaving me waiting for the next Mario game to come out, eager for something else to do. This explains why I was so eager to get New Super Mario Bros. 2 that I got it on the release date, which was August 19th for those who don't know. Well, August 19th in America. I'm not quite sure when it released in Japan. I looked at the downloadable version's price, and then I went to my GameStop to see if someone had purchased it. Decided they didn't like it and brought it to GameStop. And sure enough, some people did. In fact, they had one returned copy left, but there was no picture on the front. Rather, a really crappy label that read New Mario 2 in sloppy cursive handwriting. Okay, that is a bootleg. Tampered label. Yup. That was easy. Let me see. At the time, this didn't bother me much, and I bought it anyways. It was $1 cheaper than the downloadable version, which was $39.99 if my memory serves me correctly. And I'm one for saving money, even if it's only $1. When I went to the counter to purchase it, the cashier didn't freak out about how I should just take it for free or anything. He just told me that I was $38.99 in the hole, so I paid for the game, gave the cashier a $3 tip, and left the store. Resale? Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess it is resale, because that's the whole shtick of GameStop, isn't it? As soon as I got home, I registered the game on Club Nintendo's website. Wow, that's old! Oh! I aged reading that sentence. Oh! I haven't heard of Club Nintendo in ages. Oh my god. I grew a gray hair reading that. I'm sorry. Anyway. As soon as I got home, I registered the game on Club Nintendo's website, then instantly took the game out of its case and snapped it into my 3DS. As I turned on my 3DS, I noticed the home menu was no longer there, but replaced with 4 options. What's Club Nintendo? It's an old website, like a Nintendo club. And you could get, like, Nintendo-related stuff on the website, or you could, like, purchase games from there. I don't know, I didn't use it often, but the one time I tried to use it was to get a free copy of Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, and it never, like, arrived at my doorstep. So I was really upset, and I never used the website ever again. Well, kinda lie. I did use it in the future, but that was, like, that was only to look and ogle at the exclusive Nintendo, like, deals that they had that I didn't have the money to buy. Anyway. The game, New Super Mario Bros. 2, of which the logo wasn't what it should be, but instead it was a picture of Yoshi, but his eyes were bloodshot and the whites of his eyes weren't really that white. They were more of a disturbingly noticeable, different shade of red, yet the difference was barely noticeable at the same time. There was blood dripping from his chin. This freaked the crap out of me, and I instantly shut off the system. The other 3 options before I continue with the story were DS Download Play, PictoChat, and Game Boy Advanced Cartridge Play. Although both PictoChat and GBA Cartridge Play were crossed out since the 3DS didn't have these features. The original DS and DS Lite, however, did. That's the other reason I freaked out. Why would they have these options? What are these options to do? PictoChat in Mario? Like... Are you gonna draw Mario? Okay. I now owned 2 DS Lites, or so I thought. Later, I'd taken the cartridge out and found that everything that was on my 3DS prior to this incident was perfectly intact. After turning the system on and off again several more times, I was thinking it was a glitch. I realized nothing would change and decided to select the game. Go ahead and say, must have been a glitch! Go ahead and mark that down on your bingo cards. When I did, however, the console shut off again, making a loud popping noise as it did. It turned back on 1 or 2 seconds later when the game console restarted. I started on the main menu of the game, looking as I had seen it on GameXplain and various other YouTubes I'd seen, or various other videos I'd seen on YouTube. When I selected the first option, however, there was one used file, the third one, but Mario's face wasn't on the file. Rather, the picture of the extremely demonic Yoshi from the logo. I'm gonna go ahead and change satanic to, say... satanic, or excuse me, demonic / satanic. Just so that it leaves people a little more chance to use that space. That being said, go ahead and mark down demonic / satanic. That's an easy one. There was one available file, the first one. The second one was simply grayed out with the words, "Not enough memory space to proceed," written over it. I simply ignored this and decided to check out what progress the third file had on it. To my surprise, the guy had already 100% completed the game, and he'd collected several million coins, something I'd somehow missed at the main menu. One thing I did wonder was, how in the world could he have collected 4.5 million coins in just a few hours? The game couldn't possibly have given that player that many coins, and the game couldn't possibly be that easy to 100%. He'd either used Game Shark or Live Action Replay or something, or he was just an extremely hardcore Mario fan, most likely the first. He was in the Star World. I touched the World 1 icon on the touch screen, but found myself being teleported to the new Super Mario Bros. Wii world map. This really didn't bother me that much, except for the fact that the fortress looked like the new Super Mario Bros. Wii one, as opposed to the new Super Mario Bros. One. And the one I'd seen in the Star World, I entered the first level and played through it. You can say that's technically impossible. You could call it technically impossible. I think you can do that. I don't think I have it. I don't. But Wii game graphics on the DS? No, no, no. That's not... that's not right. Ooh. It played through just as it had in the various videos of it I'd seen on YouTube, but with different graphics. The question marks on the question mark blocks were written in blood as it appeared, and whenever I stomped on a Goomba or burned a Koopa, there would be a small blood stain on the screen where that enemy was. I beat the level with 2 star coins, 666 coins, and 333 seconds remaining. By the way, 2 divided into 666 is 333. Oh, what things I didn't notice. Right then, a message box popped up and read, "You should have stopped sooner. It is too late now." This next part is where I decided this was either a hacked copy or a haunted copy. Oh, go ahead and mark haunted media. Do I not have it? I don't have shit. Yep, if you have it, go ahead and mark haunted media. I re-entered level 1-1 to find the 3rd star coin, but all I found was the fact that the level was just an ocean of blood now. When I reached the midway point, the picture of the abused Yoshi showed up on screen. I had 3D on, so I was scared half to death. I'd used to be a huge fan of Yoshi, but starting then, I wasn't quite so much anymore. Okay, 2. Excessive gore. We already put that one down, never mind. But you can put down, vows to never play or watch again. That counts. Huh. Let me see. Where am I? There I am. When the picture disappeared from the screen, my player was gone, and in his place was the Yoshi, pleased as though he had just finished eating Mario. And my proof that he did? I lost a life. I appeared on the world map, but now I wasn't just Mario anymore. I was a neglected version of Mario, just like Yoshi. Mario's eyeballs were bloodshot and blood dripping from his chin. I concluded here that the demon passed from person to person as the demonic person murdered another, so Yoshi was presumably perfectly fine now. I proceeded through the level, although it wasn't me that was controlling it. Mario was controlling himself. Rather, Oyram was controlling himself. Ah! Oriam. Go ahead and put... Did we already do technically impossible? You can put that down if we haven't, but... What a wild conclusion to jump to. Yeah, I think so. I called him Oriam since Oriam was Mario backwards. And since he wasn't really Mario anymore, really just a backwards, twisted version of himself. Therefore, the demonic Yoshi was really Ihsoy. When Oriam reached the end of the level, he grabbed the top of the flagpole, but rather than gaining a life, he lost one. Princess Peach was behind the flagpole. She was overjoyed to see Mario as she was standing there. She didn't know it was really Oriam. A picture of Oriam appeared on the screen for the same amount of time as the picture of Ihsoy did. When it was gone, Princess Peach was lying on the ground, dead. And over her was the demon ripping her apart bit by bit. I looked away for roughly 2 minutes here, so there are no details here, but I'm sure you wouldn't want to hear them anyways. You can put down overly specific for the 2 minutes and the odd descriptions. Oriam was standing perfectly still, content with himself. He suddenly collapsed and dissolved into the air. The demon crawled into Princess Peach. Her final words were, "Mario, how could you?" She was finally taken over by the demon, and was now... Seknerp. Of course! Camp Seknerp. Oh my god. That's good shit. This was the first point I considered giving up on the game. But curiosity killed the cat, didn't it? Or in this case, curiosity killed everyone. Curiosity is a dangerous thing. You can put down edgy. I'm sick and tired of this story. Oh man, this stinks. Did we put down terribly written yet? Go ahead and put that down too. In World 1-2, Mario was back to normal. Mario was Mario, not Oriam. Oh wait, at this point, I gave up on the first level and decided to move on to the second, and then that paragraph. I started to move. After moving about 8 tiles, Hakaep Seknerp appeared at the start. I can't say that with a straight face. Hakaep Seknerp appeared at the start of the level, where Mario had been just milliseconds before. Hakaep Seknerp started chasing Mario, but she was running at an extremely fast pace, and it all happened so fast that I barely had any time to react. By the time I reacted, about half a second later, she was already only 3 tiles behind Mario. Mario started to run at full speed, but Hakaep Seknerp was running a bit faster. Mario came out of the pipe, and Hakaep had entered it. Mario ran past the first group of bricks, and Hakaep had been under the last one. This stressful chase went on throughout the first half of the level until Hakaep had caught up with Mario. Can we please call her something different? I'm having a hard time saying Hiccup. Mario was knocked down as Hiccup. Fuck! Mario is knocked down as Hiccup dug into Mario's stomach. Naturally, I looked away for about 3 minutes. Exactly 3 minutes. I then looked through my fingers to see if it was over, and it was. Oriam was back, but he lay on the ground, fainted. There was no sign of Mario or Hiccup, but Princess Peach was there, looking over at the knocked out Oriam. She started to reach out to try and help Oriam, but she thought twice and backed away. She quickly turned around and broke into a sprint until she found help. Yoshi was underneath the group of bricks toward the beginning of the level, and Yoshi was running to the right, as if he was chasing Hiccup, and Mario, trying to see what was happening. I thought Hiccup was gone, and I thought it was Oriam. What happened? What? Princess Peach told Yoshi, the fucking... I'm adding a new one to the list. I'm adding a new one. Continuity error. I'm not gonna save it yet, because it's gonna change your guys' cards. Don't want to do that. Not yet. Princess Peach told Yoshi what was going on, and that Yoshi needed to take them back above ground to where shelter was. Yoshi agreed to help Peach and allowed Peach to ride him to safety. Yoshi flutter jumped up to the pipe that entered the level, and they entered it. Being above ground was no better, though, as everything there was now flooded with a sea of blood, as well as the first level. I'd like to insert here that, although I considered it at least 20 times in this minute of the game to simply rip out the game cartridge, throw it to the ground, and stomp on it for at least 3.5 hours, I didn't, because I knew I needed to finish this game if I wasn't going to have nightmares for a week until I committed seppuku, so I kept playing. You know what that means! I got bingo! They mentioned the bad word! They mentioned the demonetized word! We are so back. I win! I won! Sorry, chat. Maybe next time. Speaking of next time, here, let me delete the cards that no one's using. There are currently 4 players playing. If anyone in chat wants to join the game, feel free. Link is in the description. We are still playing. I just needed abandoned setting and I would have won. So close. Oh, excuse me, there are 5 people playing. I don't know why I said 4. Let me select all the cards, clear and scramble. There we go. Go ahead and mark your free space. Now would be the time for anyone who wants to click that link in the description. It's fun playing along, I think. We have fun here. Where were we? I don't remember where we were, I'm sorry. Oh, right. So I kept playing. Yoshi simply flutter jumped over the entire level, as if it was no problem. At the end, Yoshi and Peach grabbed onto the flagpole, as you would expect, and slid down, pulling the Bowser flag down and pulling up another flag in its place. However, this flag didn't have a Mario symbol, a Luigi symbol, or a Princess Peach symbol. This flag bore the symbol of the demon who had been taking control of everyone's bodies. What? I mean, you can go ahead and mark down, demonic satanic. At the end of the level, complete animation, Princess Peach and Yoshi were struck to the ground by none other than Oriam. Oriam started ripping Yoshi and Peach apart again, and my mind told me to look away again, but for some reason I couldn't do it. I don't know why at all, because I couldn't control my eyes to look around the screen, but it was almost as if there was some invisible barrier preventing my eyes from looking beyond it. I just couldn't bring myself to look away. Either way, I'm not telling you what it looked like, because it looked absolutely disturbing and disgusting. Go ahead and write down author continues despite goings on. After Oriam ripped Yoshi and Princess Peach apart, Oriam dissolved into the air, and Princess Peach and Yoshi were mutating into Seknerp and Ihsoy. I hadn't noticed that they'd mutated into the demonic versions before, only that they had been replaced by them. After this level, the world map switched back from the new Super Mario Bros. Wii World 1 map to the regular new Super Mario Bros. 2 World 1 map displayed in the YouTube videos. This is where the game got somewhat normal for a little while. Throughout the rest of World 1 and all of Worlds 2 and 3, the demonic people weren't murdering each other, although I would occasionally get a text box saying that Ihsoy and Seknerp were coming for Mario. The text box didn't actually call them Ihsoy and Seknerp, but it did say something along the lines of them coming after Mario. Then why are you calling them this? What's the point of calling them these arbitrary things if it makes no sense? You're just calling them backwards names for no reason. There's no reason to be. And why is it so vague? I don't know. I'm gonna add that as a new option for the bingo card. Is I'm gonna add vague. The writer knows how long they looked away, but not what the game called the evil characters. Exactly! It's really annoying. I'm gonna put down vague, because I guess I got that on my card. You should check your cards for vague right now. Once I arrived in World 4-1, however, it was worse than the first two levels. The level was exactly like the Cheese Bridge area from Super Mario World, other than the graphics, which were normal to New Super Mario Bros. 2. At the time, I had no clue as to whether or not it was supposed to be like this, since I hadn't seen any videos about World 4-1 yet. The creepiest part about it was that the bridge had a few blood stains on it here and there. As I progressed through the level, the blood stains grew more and more common, until I reached the end of the level. By that point, the bridge tiles were entirely red with blood, and I found there Ihsoy and Seknerp ripping apart Mario's own brother, Luigi. They finished Luigi off and looked up to see Mario. They started chasing him. Mario started running backwards through the level as Luigi mutated into Ijewol. Ijewol. Ijewol, Ihsoy, and Seknerp chased Mario backwards through the level until Mario got to a good place to attempt to jump over the three of the demon characters. Unfortunately, by the time Mario started to jump, Ijewol, Ihsoy, and Seknerp had struck Mario down and started to tear him apart. This is where the game got really weird. I'm going to say, go ahead and mark down excessive gore. You guys deserve it. You guys earned it. Apparently, Bowser had heard about what was going on and decided no one was allowed to defeat Mario, except, like Bowser did anyways, except for him. Yeah, like that's gonna happen. and decided to come whoop the demonic characters. Bowser fought off Ihsoy, and Seknurp until they just left for a while. Bowser helped Mario up and kicked him past the next few levels. The level was exited, and I was taken to the world map as Mario flew past a few levels to World 4-5. I thought the demon got transferred when someone died. Yeah, like what the hell? Continuity error! Mark continuity error if you have it. In World... Oh, I'm having a hard time even doing anything anymore. In World 4-5, my character started on top of a rather high cliff. I jumped off of it to find the rest of the level below the screen. To the right, there was the entrance to an underground tunnel. I tried continuing to the right above the ground, but the screen would scroll any further, so I decided to enter it. Once in the tunnel, I ran further to the right for almost 10 minutes. Eventually, Mario ran into Ihsoy, sitting there, ripping out Bowser's inside, so I, of course, covered my eyes. You can also put down overly specific. Can't believe we have both vague and overly specific in the exact same story. How does that even happen? I took my hands away from my eyes when it was over and saw that Ihsoy was gone and Bowser was replaced with Reswob. At this point, I thought to myself, wow, Reswob has a striking resemblance to Reznor. You fucking made the name up, bitch! This name that I made up has a striking similarity to this one existing character. Ugh. I'm gonna strangle this author. Never write again! By this point, I thought I had put all of the pieces together, and I now believe that the return of Reznor to the Mario series has caused all of this. I did a speedrun through all the levels up to the next level with a Reznor boss fight in it and prepared for the worst. Once I arrived at the boss fight, I was Fire Mario and had a leaf in my reserve. Reznor made his regular roaring sound, but this time a message box popped up that read, "You have been foolish to try to defeat me, Matthew. I'm sorry to do this, but your life must end. It's a shame that one such as yourself will perish soon after you, and another, and another, and another." Game knows the author's name. You can mark that down too. I think back now and feel foolish for talking to a video game, but oh wait. How do you know my name? I muttered. And what makes you think you have the authority or the ability to end my life? I'd think back now and feel foolish for talking to a video game, but it actually responded. How do I know your name, you ask? The answer to that is simple. You've muttered your name in your sleep many times, Matthew. Okay, you can also put down fourth wall break. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I have the authority to kill you, Matthew. Why did... Oh, okay. I was gonna call that a grammar mistake, but they did format it so that the next paragraph does still denote the same person talking. It doesn't matter if I have the authority to kill you, Matthew, and I don't have the ability to kill my enemy. I only have to have a weak enemy. Yeah, I responded, and it's too bad that you're about to get owned. Once and for all. Get owned! The text boxes stopped popping up, and the boss fight began. The platforms the Reznors were on were spinning quite a bit faster than they were in the other Reznor battles, and the Reznors were throwing fireballs an awful lot faster than before, but I still managed to defeat them all one by one. I hit the block underneath the first Reznor, and Mario lost his fire flower. I defeated the second Reznor and he shrunk down to small Mario. I pulled out my leaf for the next two Reznors. As I did so, a picture of Ihsoy and Hekayep Seknerp lying on the ground as the demons possessing them started to get weaker. The demons were controlled by the Reznors. Every time I defeated a Reznor, Mario lost a power-up. So after defeating two more, Mario had no more power-ups left, and he couldn't continue with the boss fight. But there's only 4 Reznors in the boss fight. I remember playing Super Mario Bros. 2. There's only New Super Mario Bros. DS, or New Super Mario Bros. 2 DS. There's only 4 Reznors, so he defeated all of them. He won. There's no more. What kind of... This shit makes no sense! A message box popped up. I'm afraid it has to end, Matthew. Give up to the devil and accept your fate. You cannot argue with your destiny, Matthew. Yeah, I can't. Which is why I'm glad this isn't it. The message box disappeared and a picture popped up. The demons possessing Peach and Yoshi had died. Yoshi and Peach were now starting to get up. As they did, they started to cheer Mario on. Peach then said, "Don't worry, Mario. We can do it if we work together." So they're talking now? Did we already put down technically impossible? No, we didn't. Go ahead and mark down technically impossible. Oh, and franchise character. How could I forget? Because this is Mario. Demonic / satanic. Wow, I've been missing quite a few of them. I'm sorry. Anyway. Princess Peach and Yoshi suddenly ran onto the screen. Princess Peach gave Mario another leaf, and I continued to fight the Reznors. Yoshi hopped up onto the platforms and stuck his tongue out and ate 2 of the Reznors. Mario hit the block under another one, and there was 1 left. I see how it is, the last Reznor said. You think you have beaten me, but you haven't. This isn't the end. No, it isn't, I replied. Not for me. I'm sorry to do this, but your life must end, I said, cleverly repeating what he'd said just moments earlier. The author thinks he's so clever. It's really funny. I hit the B button and Mario jumped, defeating Reznor once and for all, and killing the demons possessing Luigi and Bowser. This isn't the end, Reznor whispered as he faded away. The level ended, and I said, yes it is. This sucks so bad. After this, the game played perfectly normally, and World 4-1 was no longer Cheese Bridge area from Super Mario World. I never saw Yoshi again in the game, so I assumed that he wasn't supposed to be in the game to begin with. After all these years, I was looking through my closet for things to sell at a garage sale. Oh shit! Put resale! If you have resale, mark it down. To get some extra money, when I came across the cartridge for this, I decided to see what I'd done on it, as I couldn't really remember what my progress was on it. I popped it into my 3DS and I clicked on the 3rd file. I noticed that only the progress I'd made was still there, as I remembered that I had been playing on the previous owner's file, which was 100%. I went through all the worlds to check which star coins were missing, only to find that I was only missing 1 star coin, the 3rd star coin in World 1-1. I went back into World 1-1 a few times until I found the 3rd star coin. I finally collected it, and my console suddenly shut off. I tried rebooting it a few times, but it never turned on. I tried plugging it into the charger, but it still refused. I tried a few different things until I finally decided my 3DS was broken. The game's been much fun to play, but since my 3DS recently broke, my game has been rendered useless. Because of this, I've decided to sell it as well as many other things in the garage sale. The reason I'm typing this is so the next person to play this knows about the creepy things of this game and knows not to go back through to see what the 3rd file has completed on it. This is where I conclude this tale, as I have nothing left to tell you. If you want more, I'm sorry, but I no longer own that copy of the game, and I have no records of who bought it. Never forget to beware of Reznor. Never forget. What else is there to mark down? I guess that's it. Is there not one thing that I can mark off at this ending? I mean, I guess you could call it a end your next type situation. If you want to put that down, if that makes any difference for any of you still playing. Alright. Oh, I can finally spin the wheel again. Kind of running low on things, but you know what? You don't have that many more to go. 091710. Let me go ahead and find that one. How's everyone holding up? Everyone doing all right? Having fun with the bingo? I'm having as much fun as I can reading these shitty creepypastas. I honestly think it's really fun to read these, despite them being so bad. There's something about it that is just really so, like... what's the word? It's... like self... Oh no, what's the word? What's the word for feeling good at someone else's displeasure? German word. Schadenfreude. I'm feeling like it's like a version of self-Schadenfreude. It's really funny how bad it is. Kinda eepy tired, I don't know. Well, hold on. We've made it 3 hours. I think this might be the last one. Next one to get a bingo wins, and I think this one is a short one too, so this one might be the last one. And then I do have one creepypasta that I want to read, just no holds barred. Just read it on my own. No bingo or anything. So if you want to join the bingo, now's your last chance. Go ahead and click the link in the description. You can mark down anything that I have here on my bingo card for yourselves. Yeah, description has the game if you want to start up a bingo card real quick. But this is 091710. A couple of months ago, I began my classes at Chico State University. Chico? Chico State Chico. It's real! I thought they were just misspelling Chicago. California State University, Chico. Oh! Alright, if you say so. A couple of months ago, I began my classes at Chico State University. As I was preparing for my freshman year, I was able to find everything that I needed, except for a laptop. I'm not exactly very good at letting $1 go for something, especially when I could get that something for less. So I scoured the internet for good deals on laptops, finding none that suited my frugal habits. Classes were only 2 weeks away, and I was becoming desperate for a computer. Several days later, I saw an ad in the newspaper for a laptop that was being sold for only $600, and not too far from where I live. It was a very nice Dell laptop, too. seeming odd that it was being sold for almost $1,000 less than store price. I drove to the seller's address the following day. The house was farther out of the city, butting up to a dense forest. Outside of the house was an old Chevrolet and a mess of old signs and other various vintage-looking items. I rang the doorbell, and a thin man in a flannel jacket came to the door. When I asked about the laptop, he looked almost relieved, and told me he was ready to sell it immediately. Luckily, I came with cash in hand, and after proof of good condition, I went home with a new computer. I'm gonna add another thing to the list of bingo topics, and it's gonna be sold for free. I'm gonna go ahead and save. If that appears on anyone's bingo cards, then I guess you get another space. You're welcome. Oh, also, Chili, you can go ahead and fill out your card with everything that I have, if you have any. Go ahead and start yourself off on a good note. Let me see. Wait, he didn't sell it for free, though. I guess instead of sold for free, it's... What's the opposite of reluctantly? Like eagerly? Inclinedly. Willingly. Yeah, I guess eagerly. Okay. Eagerly sold. For... And I'll put in parentheses for free. There we go. Huh. Anyway. Excited to have my first where's my music? I forgot to turn on the music. I'm so sorry. Oh, wait, we already played that one. Hold on. I'm trying. My YouTube playlist is slowing down significantly. Let me turn down the volume just a little bit. Alright. Excited to have my first self-bought laptop, I powered it up and began uploading my own programs and applications onto it. Upon searching the hard drive, I found a folder hidden away on it, which was odd because the man selling it told me that the memory was wiped clean and ready for a fresh start. The folder was titled 09/17/10, presumably a date. But what the fuck else would it be? Genius. I opened it up, revealing 6 videos and 3 pictures. Curiosity got the best of me, and I decided to watch the videos. The first was simply titled 001. It was shot from a shaky camcorder inside of a vehicle, recording a woman walking out of a bar and getting into her car at night. After a couple of seconds, the woman drove off, and almost immediately the person recording began to drive after her. The video ended after 24 seconds. It almost seemed like the cameraman had been waiting for the woman for a while. Come to think of it, I wasn't too alarmed by this at the time, just a little unsettled. You can put overly specific if you have it. Just for the, 24 seconds, exactly. I opened the next video file, titled 002. I assumed that this was the next part of the first video. My assumption was right, as it began with the camera on top of the console. facing out of the window shield. It was raining now, leading me to believe that this was a short while after the first video ended. I could barely make out that the vehicle 2 cars ahead of this one was the same car that the woman at the bar left in. This went on for an unsettling 47 seconds before the camera cut out. I began to get a little nervous, fearing that this might take a turn for the worst. But as if I was watching a television show, I wanted to see where this was headed. Not totally concerned yet, I decided to press on. You can also put down author continues despite goings on, if you have it. Oh yeah, bingo card's in the description. And you can go ahead and mark down everything I have on my bingo card too, as well as the free space, don't forget that one. Where was I? Ah, right. The third video was, of course, titled 003. This was the one that got me officially concerned. The clip began from the same shaky hands as the first clip. It was now pouring. It was now pouring with rain outside of the car, and I could barely make out a figure in the fur coat with an umbrella walking to the front door of a house. I could only assume who this person was and whose house this belonged to. The figure entered the house and closed the door. The following stillness greatly unnerved me. The only thing that could be heard was the sound of rain dumping on top of the car. After roughly 2 minutes of this nerve-wracking nothingness, the lights inside of the house cut out. Another minute or so went by before the camera was placed onto the console again, and the sound of a person exiting the car broke the stillness. After the car door quietly closed, another figure, this time hooded, could be seen walking towards the house. I began to feel a knot tightening in the bottom of my stomach as the stranger walked around to the back of the house. Whoever this person was, they definitely weren't supposed to be there. After another couple of seconds, the lights to the outside of the house cut out. It was pitch black, and only the rain alerted me that the camera was still rolling. The video ended after about 9 minutes of rain and darkness. I was now pretty sure that this was not an innocent little project or anything of that nature. I began to feel stupid for not checking this laptop's seller's credibility. Was this person stalking the woman the same person that I met with earlier? Throughout the whole experience, I had a dormant thought in the back of my head to call the police, but I wasn't ready just yet. Reluctantly now, I began the fourth video, 004. It was dark again, but the rain had stopped, and I was left with only silence. Not long after the clip began, I could make out the sound of footsteps on gravel, getting louder as someone approached the vehicle. The car door opened and the dome light was turned on, and I could tell that the camera was now on the floor of the car, pointing up towards the roof. I heard some fumbling in the background, and suddenly a thump sounded from the back of the trunk. An arm abruptly obstructed the camera's view, and a large tarp could be seen being pulled out from the car. I only had one scenario running through my head, and I hoped that it wasn't true. The person picked up the camera, put it back onto the console, and began to back up. They drove for a good 3 minutes before parking in a branched-off road and exiting the car to work on the load they were carrying. 6 minutes after, the car was moved again to a different location, and the camera was picked up and carried away from the car underhanded. I could see now that it was the same shit bucket truck that was in front of the seller's house. I was about ready to call the cops on this creep when the camera turned towards the house. It was a completely different house than the one I visited. I was a little relieved by this, though it didn't prove anything. As the fourth video came to an end, I was wondering whether or not I was prepared to see what came next. I could only hope that this was a prank, or at least had a happy ending. 005 began inside the house. It was extremely dark, and the only thing I could make out was a figure that would occasionally walk in front of the camera. It was also quiet for the first few moments, minus the occasional barking of a dog outside. Eventually, a small sound could be heard, soon escalated to a loud, muffled scream. Shaking and struggling noises became more apparent as time went on, as well as crying. A light came on and the camera was lifted and panned to the center of the room, revealing a beaten and bloody woman tied to a chair. From what I could make out, this was, in fact, the woman from the bar. The camera zoomed in on her face for what seemed like an eternity before stopping. I couldn't believe that this was happening. My original hope was that this was a movie or something like that had long since diminished. With only one video remaining, I was beginning to fear for my own safety. I locked my door, closed my blinds, and pushed onward. I began 006 with a small hope that this woman was still alive, and that I could have saved her. And I could have her saved. The final installment of this horror show began in a bathroom setting. The camera was placed on the counter facing a mirror, in which I could see a door. The only sound I could make out was a familiar one that destroyed my hopes. Power tools. I sat in front of the screen for what felt like hours before the sound stopped. More silence. Then heavy footsteps, accompanied by what sounded like something being dragged. The doorknob turned and the door was pushed open. Out of the darkness of the rest of the house appeared a middle-aged woman dressed in what I can only describe as lab attire, sporting a respirator and a pair of long rubber gloves. This, for some strange reason, gave me a small amount of relief. In the reflection, the woman struggled to drag something to the bathtub. As she hoisted it into the tub, I could see that it was a large, black garbage bag. I felt like I was dreaming. It was like I was watching a horror movie unfold on screen. She lifted the bag up from the tub, now empty, except for whatever entrails that still dropped out. She picked up the camera and placed it on the ground, facing the tub. On the floor in front of it was an assortment of corrosive substances and several other empty containers. The woman began to dump the liquids into the tub, which was followed by an awful, awful noise that I can only describe as pop rocks mixed with coke. The video ended and I was left bewildered and panicked. I finally opened the pictures. The first was a picture of the truck. The second was a picture of the girl tied up before she was beaten. And the third brought up a corrupted file notice, but maybe that was a good thing. I managed to keep the two pictures before I handed the laptop over to the police. I was reimbursed my $600 along with a bonus. Apparently the victim was the young girlfriend of the older woman's ex-husband. The older woman was arrested almost a year before, but was cleared of all charges due to a lack of evidence. And the ex-husband was incarcerated. Oh my gosh, I can't speak. And the ex-husband was incarcerated instead. I guess this was the missing link. I hope this has solved any unanswered questions, although I'm not sure who the man in the flannel jacket was, or how he got a hold of the laptop, or how he owns the same truck as the murderer. I guess I'll just have to leave that to the police. I want to take a look at this image. It's a pretty convincing image if you don't look at the corners here. Those kind of take me instantly out of it. However, the images are quite nice. It's good being able to have evidence to a story that isn't real, kind of sells it. I liked that one. That one wasn't that bad. I think it was an okay pasta. It wasn't that bad. I had fun reading it. I thought it was pretty cool. However, no bingo. So I think we will go for one more pasta. Let's spin the wheel! Excuse me, I mean, wheel! Superman No Heroes. If this is a long one, then I think I will find a different one. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, I have it. As a graphic designer, the inconsistent spacing of the camera's UI bugs me. That's what I'm saying! That kind of took me out of it. Speaking of graphic design, how do you like this logo, huh? What do you think of this? Pretty cool, huh? I made that myself. I'm very proud of it. As well as... What? Why did it send me to Google? There we go. Okay, this one's pretty short. This one, hopefully we should get a bingo in. Playfully creepy without being too much. And this one here too, on this screen. Same thing on the thumbnail. I feel like I couldn't quite get this specific stream scene to look good enough. I feel like it does the job, but it's missing something. However, I don't think it's that bad. It works. That's what matters, right? Let me start up the music again. It's a bit quiet. Hold on. We've all heard stories about haunted video games, lost episodes of beloved cartoons or TV shows, but there has always been a medium that until recently seems to have been immune to such tales: the humble comic book. Oh, you can go ahead and mark down reference to other creepypasta if you have it. I believe that's what it's called. Now, before you ask, I don't for 1 second believe that there is a massive conspiracy or some hidden reason for the event I am about to share with you. I think what happened was an example of something that has no reason, no grand scheme. It simply happened. I hope it never happens again. I kind of want to add another space. I'm not like other creepypastas. Oh shit! Oh no, saving it completely scrambles everything. Oh no, I didn't realize. One of my spaces just changed. Oh no! Ah! You guys can keep your spaces, I don't care. This is the last round. Doesn't matter. If it shows up, then it shows up and you guys win. That's what matters, I guess. Shit, I didn't realize. Oh, that makes me really mad. So what happened? I'll tell you. I'm a collector of DC comics, and as such I've always had a soft spot for Superman. Anyone who is into comics knows that some titles go into dark and disturbing imagery, so when strange or gruesome things occur, most rightfully dismiss it as part of the story. You can mark down author's been a huge fan of blank. Oh, we got a bingo! Someone got a bingo. This noob got a bingo. I'm really tempted. Here, you know what? With that one, allow me to show it on screen. We're gonna go for one more bingo. One more bingo. Just because I feel like that unfair shuffle kind of ruined everything, and now I'm in a bad mood. I'm gonna go ahead and shuffle everyone's cards. Mark your free space. We're gonna go for until we get a new bingo. I'll tell you, I'm a collector of DC comics, and as such, I've always had a soft spot for Superman. So you can go ahead and mark down, author's been a huge fan, again. Sisyphus's bingo. Feels like it, yeah. Oh, right, I forgot what I was gonna do. I was going to mark shocking topics as, oh no, we were talking about it earlier. What were we gonna call it? Oh, right. Touchy subjects. As well as franchise characters, you're right. Let me see. Do I have franchise character? I do not. Well, I hope you guys do. Kind of running on empty here. So anyone who is into comics knows that some titles go into dark and disturbing imagery. So when strange or gruesome things occur, most rightfully dismiss it as part of the story. Sorry, I had to take a drink. This was how I first reacted when I got my hands on what I believed to be a new Superman title, named No Heroes. The cover was completely black, and the Superman logo was broken and decayed looking. Again, I thought this was all part of the story. Markdown must have been a glitch, just for the sole purpose of it being... Well, no, actually, do it, author continues despite goings on, because it would be cheating to call it a glitch. I had already flipped through a few pages before purchasing, and to my surprise, it was fairly standard Superman book, so I bought it without much thought. Taking it home with me, I sat down and began to read the comic in more detail. As soon as I opened it, I was greeted with artwork that was drastically different from what I had seen at a glance in the store. Everything had a red tint to it, and the characters were all angry and battered looking. Superman especially looked extremely menacing, and as I read the text appearing on the speech bubbles, I admit I was pretty shocked. This was not marked as a mature title, and DC had until fairly recently been pretty uptight about how Superman was and was not to be portrayed, making what I read pretty confusing to say the least. Heroes aren't real, it's all fake. Everything's a fucking lie. People aren't going to save you, they'll watch you bleed. You deserve to die. Life is a fatal disease which slowly eats us away. You're not perfect. You're no hero. Again and again I read these dark, mysterious lines. It wasn't unusual for dramatic works such as comics to add moments like this, but as I continued to read it, I couldn't help but feel this was very off for a Superman book. Not a single word of encouragement or hope was to be found. Our titular hero was just kept silent as everyone around him spewed forth messages of hate and despair. Go ahead and mark down edgy. I think you deserve it. What makes something edgy? That. Life is a fatal disease which slowly eats us away. Oh, fuck my emo life. fuck my derp life. Fuck my life. Edgy. The artwork grew increasingly disturbing with each new page, until eventually I began to question if this was some kind of joke. Superman walked down the streets of Metropolis and observed the rotting bodies of many heroes and villains from comic books. To my surprise, some of the characters weren't even DC owned. After a while, the story grew violent as Superman began to destroy what was left of Metropolis. The destruction more graphic than normal, even in the more extreme editions of the comic. Soon, Metropolis was destroyed, and the two-page panel depicted the carnage, bodies lying on the street, what looked like children impaled on spikes formed by debris, and figures hanging lifelessly from nooses tied to street lamps and signposts. Excessive gore. Go ahead and mark that down. You deserve it. And I guess you could call it touchy subjects for the sole reason of, you know, violence against children. Tampered label bootleg. I wouldn't call it that, because when I mean tampered label / bootleg, I mean like Sonic.exe, the disc came in the mail with nothing but tape on it and scrawled marker. Like, that's what I mean by tampered label. So this would not count, unfortunately. Let me see. Where was I? Finally, the comic ended with a full panel page of Superman staring directly ahead, as if looking to the reader, a speech bubble prominently stating, "For years you watched us suffer. Now it's your turn, hero." I didn't quite understand what that meant, and at the time I was still a bit disturbed by the whole comic, so promptly put the thing away and never gave it a second glance. After such a horrid comic, I decided I needed a change of pace, so I got out one of my old Batman comics. The old and goofy version of The Dark Knight most people hate, but I, somewhat ashamedly, have always rather enjoyed. I read the comic, its old humor and camp style a refreshing difference from the horrors and misery of No Heroes. This was how I always remembered classic DC. Fun and enjoyable. I got halfway through the comic and had just opened a new page when my eyes grew wide with shock. I almost dropped the comic as I saw to my utter disbelief a full-page panel of Superman in that disturbing art style, and staring once more from the comic page, the prominent speech bubble stating, "You don't get to be happy, hero." Yes! Go ahead and put down fourth wall break, and technically impossible. You deserve it. You get both of them. I thought this was a pretty cool, interesting drawing. It's not good by any means. Abrupt ending? I guess so. You could say that, yeah. I think this is a really interesting drawing. It's not good, but it's not bad at all. I think it's really... I think it would be cool if they, like, actually drew something disturbing and not just, like, pulled a comic strip and put random faces in the background. Would that make it haunted, or does it need to be explicit? It needs to be explicit, I guess. You know, the copy-pasted face. Yeah. The face is pretty creepy. I thought that was cool. But it's... Well, I mean, it's not even in the fact that it's everywhere that makes it not good, but... I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Time to spin the wheel! This better be the last one. Super Mario 128. You got it. You win. Super Mario 128. Let me open up the file. It's this one's a bit of a long one. Anyone who gets a bingo from this point on, we're not going to restart it. We're just going to keep going, see how many people can get a bingo. I have to put on another song. Okay. Allow me to... Hold on. It's working. It's taking its time. Whoa. There have been a lot of Mario creepypastas. I'm realizing. Restart the fucking music. Zero key. Work. Jesus Christ! There we go. Now I can get on to the creepypasta, finally. Mario has been a gaming icon for decades. Do you guys have marked down... Did you mark down a franchise character? If not, go ahead and mark it down. I'm sure we already did because of the Superman, but... Mario has been a gaming icon for decades, present in countless titles. Although no year in recent memory has gone past without some type of Mario game being released. Series fans will remember the nearly decade-long drought of original Mario platformers. From 1997 to 2005, there was only a single new one release. Super Mario Sunshine. During the second part of this drought, after Sunshine's release, the mysterious Super Mario 128 was the main focus of the fan base. No concrete information was given on the game, and eventually series creator Shigeru Miyamoto claimed it had simply been a series of test concepts that were never intended to be an actual game. The mystery faded from memory as the Mario drought finally ended, and most people forgot about the game that had once been in the center of every Mario fan's imagination. The Mario drought corresponded with a bad era for Nintendo in terms of console sales. The Nintendo 64 and GameCube did not have the financial success of the earlier Nintendo Entertainment System and Super Nintendo, or the later Wii console. For a very proud company that relied solely on video games to make money, this was quite upsetting for the higher-ranking employees who were attached to the company and felt its success or failure reflected on them personally. Nintendo started working on a sequel to the 1996 Super Mario 64 shortly after the game was released. But during the late 90s, it became clear they were not winning the console war. The Super Mario 64 sequel was restart from scratch, since the company believed that it was not a substantial enough improvement over the original to turn the tides of the market battle. Seeing the generally more realistic and violent games on Sony's PlayStation, the market leader, Nintendo, considered making a Mario that was closer in tone to what the public seemed to want. There was quite a bit of internal conflict over how far to go with this new direction, and the new Mario was clearly not going to be ready until Nintendo's next console, the GameCube. The only hint of this released to the public was a comment by Miyamoto. He apparently thought Mario and Luigi should act more like grown-ups in their games for the then soon-to-be-released GameCube. The new Mario project was ultimately split into two games: Luigi's Mansion, which reflected the darker tone that many felt the series should turn to, although it was still toned down quite a bit compared to what some Nintendo executives and developers wanted, and Super Mario Sunshine, which went in the complete opposite direction. Both were released within a year of the GameCube, and the Nintendo felt confident that their new system and Mario games would return them to their former glory as market leader. As those familiar with gaming history know, they didn't. The GameCube did even worse in market share than the Nintendo 64. and the mass market's taste shifted even more toward violent, realistic games. During this period, the somber mood at Nintendo intensified, and the darker Mario project was revived, this time codenamed Super Mario 128. It isn't clear exactly what happened at Nintendo during this period, as we know nothing called Super Mario 128 was ever released or publicly shown. You can mark down hidden media if you'd like, since technically that's what this is. This is hidden, secret media that no one's ever seen before. So you can go ahead and mark that on your bingo card if you have it. Do I have it? I don't have shit. This stinks. Swing it. I like to hold my GameCube by the handle and go on trips with it, swing it like a weapon and hit my enemies. Yeah. Yeah. It isn't clear exactly what happened at Nintendo during this period. As we know, nothing called Super Mario 128 was ever released or publicly shown. The source that revealed the internal strife at Nintendo during the later N64 era refused to discuss what was happening during the time of the GameCube's failure, but soon released a prototype of Super Mario 128 online that can be played on the Wii Homebrew channel. The following is a recollection of my time playing it. The game was clearly an early beta. The title screen was nothing but white text saying Super Mario 128 against a black background. There was no options menu or save file selection either. After the title screen, the game started. Bowser's laugh from Super Mario 64 looped in the background while a plain text box displayed this dialogue. Mario, I have taken Princess Peach. She will not live to see sunrise tomorrow unless you take her place. You know what to do and where to go. Do not try to stop me unless you want to hasten her death. The game certainly was going for a darker tone. After I made the text box go away, I was thrust right into gameplay. The first thing I noticed was Mario's character model. His body was as detailed as in Super Mario Galaxy, although a little more realistically proportioned, but his head was taken from his Super Mario 64 character model. Obviously his design wasn't finished yet. The setting was a sky level. There were some simple platforms floating in the air. The rest of the area was just blue sky, with several clouds scrolling in the background. They were quite graphically impressive, more realistic than the usual cartoony puffs in Mario's games. There was no music or full voice samples from Mario, but there were sound effects, like grunts, when he jumped. The jumping was more subdued than in other Mario games. He didn't jump as high as he usually did, and you had little control over his movement in the air. The different types of jumps in every 3D Mario weren't present. I played through the level. There was nothing especially notable about the gameplay. Enemies didn't seem to have been added yet. I just jumped from platform to platform. It wasn't very challenging. You can mark down missing enemies. That counts. As I continued, I noticed the graphics gradually changing. The sky became more and more obscure until it was entirely composed of clouds, and the background gradually turned to a dark gray. After this, it started to rain. I reached a small platform with a toad on it. It looked like the Super Mario Galaxy model. When I landed on his platform, dialogue appeared. Oh god, okay, hold on. I need to mute my mic before I do this toad impression. I don't want to embarrass myself.
We don't want you anymore, Mario. You don't belong here. Just give Bowser what he wants. Die.
Oh, I kind of regret doing that, but... Alright. Please don't make me voice any more Toads after this. It was just dialogue. I could have just read it out like a normal person. He didn't say it out loud. Is he stupid? After the text box went away, I no longer had control of Mario. He just stood there for a while, then turned around and walked off the platform. His body seemed to go limp as he fell. Eventually, it was revealed that there was a realistic, modern city under the sky. The buildings looked neglected, but there were people on the street. Mario hit the ground with a realistic sounding... Mario hit the ground with a realistic sounding thud, but he didn't explode or show any visible wounds. He just lay there. The people in the city were walking by, ignoring him. Although I thought I saw a few glance at him with cold, somewhat angry expressions. You could call this hyper-realistic. I think you could call this hyper-realistic. Unless you take her place, Bowser in love with Mario? I think so. This is just like Super Mario Odyssey. That's what I'm saying. What if in Mario Odyssey, Mario killed himself? And that was the entire bit. Oh, speaking of, go ahead and mark seppuku on your, Gay Bowser. So long, Gay Bowser. Go ahead and mark seppuku on your board. Since Mario just ended his life on camera. Real, not fake. The people in the city were walking by, ignoring him, although I thought I saw a few glance at him with cold, somewhat angry expressions. This went on for a few minutes. Eventually people stopped appearing. Mario got up. I was back in control. But he couldn't jump at all, and had a reduced walking speed. I guess he didn't die, but, you know, at the same time it was an attempt, so you can keep it on your board. We'll see how many people win bingo over this creepypasta, over the span of it. I just want this to be over with. I just want everyone to win, you know? The large buildings of the city didn't appear to be interactive, so I just walked down the street for a while. Eventually, I found a small house that seemed out of place among the larger buildings. When I approached the door, Mario opened it. The screen went white, and some black text appeared. House of Torn Memories. This seemed to be the level title. When I pressed a button, the screen faded back to Mario. He was inside the house from before. Everything seemed bigger than it should have been. Not gigantic, but scaled as if Mario was a very small child. The house was filled with normal objects covered in dust and signs of neglect. There were no people on the ground floor, just things like broken lamps and rotting food. I found a door that opened to a set of stairs going down, leading to a basement. In the basement, I found a dilapidated couch and a broken TV. However, what really caught my attention was what was on the couch. 2 skeletons that appeared to be children, judging by their size. Due to the scale of the house, they were still larger than Mario. Yeah, I guess you could call it abandoned setting. Yeah, that works. I still don't have abandoned setting. I don't have a lot of shit. This reminds me of when my school served scary spaghetti. It was literally just spaghetti but with purple food dye in it. Hell yeah. Better than my school lunch. I was starting to get really disturbed by now. How had a Mario game containing this been programmed to this extent? I went up to the skeletons and tried pressing buttons to interact with them or the TV, but nothing seemed to happen. I was about to turn around and look elsewhere when I was nearly scared to death by a deafeningly loud crash coming from the game. What appeared to be Bowser seemed to have broken through the floor from below and landed in front of Mario. I say appeared to be because he was nothing like the way Bowser is usually rendered. The reptilian monster in the game had Bowser's basic brownish yellow and green color pattern, but looked far more threatening than any Bowser model I had seen before. Its arms and legs were far longer in relation to its body and ended in razor-sharp claws. His green shell didn't look like it had spikes glued on. They were more jagged and organic looking, with the same dark green color the rest of the shell had. The face had small but intense pure black eyes and a mouth of jagged teeth that took up far more space than they should have. Mario was cowering in fear from this. A dialogue box appeared.
You've kept me waiting long enough, Mario. You've kept me waiting long enough, Mario.
I can't do that, sorry.
You've kept me waiting long enough, Mario. I will taste flesh soon. Will you finally surrender, or does Peach have to die?
I still didn't have control. Mario just stood there, shivering for several seconds before nodding his head. Bowser then impaled Mario with his claws. There was no blood, but it was clear from the animation and sound effects that the sharp digits of Bowser's hand had gone through Mario's body. Empty eyes? What do you mean empty eyes? Pure... Well, they're just pure black eyes. They're not empty. I'm talking about, like, Zalgo eyes. Overly specific? Overly specific in the sense of, like... And then 3 minutes and 21 seconds passed. That's the kind of overly specific we're talking about. Unfortunately, I wish I could give it to you, but... just gonna have to hold off. However, I will put down wax poetic just because they're putting a lot of detail into it. That's what that space is for, instead of overly specific. In one swift motion, Bowser dragged Mario up to his face and bit his head off. Again, there was no blood or graphic details left behind on Mario's neck. Just Mario's character model being destroyed. Not playing, just nitpicking?
Thanks.
The screen faded to black. In white text, another level name appeared. Mario's Eternal Home. Mario's character model was whole again, and the level started. Mario's character model was whole again when the level started. If it was... It was the only thing on the screen besides the black background. He was floating, as if in space. I could somewhat control him, but it felt more like I was deciding the general direction in which Mario would tumble, rather than fully deciding his movement. As I drifted toward no apparent destination, voices faded in. They were echoing and deep, telling Mario that he was worthless, that the world no longer had any use for him, and that everyone would be better off if he was dead. You could put down edgy. You best do it in a way that fits the bingo board. What? If I'm going to kill you, I don't kill people. That's the creepypasta's job. Go ahead and put down edgy, though. With the whole worthless thing, you know? High-pitched crying was layered on top of the voices after a while. It sounded like it was supposed to be Mario's cries. This really disturbed me. And I found myself fighting back tears. For reasons I couldn't understand, this was affecting me on an emotional level. You can put down melodramatic protagonist. That gives me a bingo. I didn't even realize. Hell yeah. The voices and aimless wandering went on for several minutes, until I spotted a light gray speck in the distance. I moved towards it. It took a very long time to reach and grew closer at a much slower rate than it should have. When I was close enough to make it out, I saw that it was a tombstone, a very plain one with cracks in several places. When I got right next to it, I could see writing on its surface. I turned off the system right after reading it. I'm not going to play the beta or hack or whatever this was again. There was a single word written on the tombstone. Innocence. That would be an abrupt ending. I think we already have that one though. And also, vows to never play again. If anyone has that one. I mean, that's all of them. That's... I mean, I got a bingo, so I guess that counts. I'm a little sad that no one else got a bingo. I thought this one would be full of, like, stereotypes, cliches. Oh, you know what? It is based on a true story, I guess. Literally, because this game, Super Mario 128, was real. And here, hold on. Let me see. Like, where did he say it? The following is a recollection of my time playing it. I mean, I guess they did. Yeah, I guess that counts. Do I have that? No, I don't. But anyone else who has it, go ahead and mark it down. Kind of been neglecting that space because I haven't been getting it. Oh! Astra got a bingo, I noticed that. So along with mine... Give me a sec, give me a sec, give me a sec. Take a look at that. There's Astra. Astra wins! Based on a true story. Oop, what? I can... I can turn off other people's bingo spaces? Based on a true story, hyper-realistic, free space, overly specific. I'll count it, whatever. And haunted media, yeah. I said not for the overly specific, but I don't care. It's too many we're too many creepypastas in. I can't bear to... Oh, oops. There's the music, don't look at that. Oh, there's your bingo cards. Don't look at those. Ugh. Nightmare stream. Disaster. That emoji's evil. What the fuck is wrong with that emoji? Anyway, that was bingo. That was it for tonight. However, I do have one more creepypasta that I want to read, free of any restraints of bingo. I found this one on a whim, and the only things that I've heard are that it's a pretty okay pasta. Like, it's not bad by any means at all. So I wanted to read that. So give me 1 second to pull it up, and I will start reading. It's not that long of a read, and I will be putting effort into reading it properly. No background music or anything, no sound effects. You just get the ASMR of my voice and nothing else. How cool is that? Wie cool ist das bitte? This story is called Shut That Damned Door. My parents died in a car crash when I was 14. I don't feel bad for me or anything. I've made my peace with that years ago. Life with them was never great, but I do miss them. It's just that if they taught me one thing, it's to not sit around wallowing in self-pity. I just wish they hadn't sent me to live with my Aunt Louise. Anyone have that one family member that's just a little strange, a little cut off from the rest of the family? Aunt Louise was ours. She was also our closest living relative. Dad's family lived on the other side of the continent. Mom's parents were both dead, and she was an only child. Aunt Louise, her mother's sister, actually, so my great-aunt lived just an hour from where we did. When my folks were active, we rarely visited Aunt Louise, and to be perfectly honest, I half expected her to refuse to take me in. I was fully prepared to become a ward of the state, or move across the country as soon as I heard that Children and Family Services had contacted her about taking me in. But she accepted. I'm not sure how willingly or graciously, because I wasn't privy to the phone conversation where she agreed to take me. I was surprised, though, at how nice she was to me the first 3 days I was there. I want to make something clear. While Aunt Louise was cranky, odd, eccentric, uncouth, and several other less than flattering adjectives, she wasn't a complete bitch. She had a rather abrupt, even abrasive way of speaking, but she wasn't cruel. I had never taken the time to really get to know her during my initial 14 years, but I could tell that she mostly kept to herself and didn't particularly like people, so naturally I assumed that she was a reclusive, curmudgeonly bitch. Really, what surprised me most when I first moved in, it was how normal everything seemed. At least at first. Aunt Louise cooked, cleaned, watched TV, talked to neighbors on the phone, etc., just like anyone else would. And she told me right away that she had little in the way of expectations from me, or at least none that my parents wouldn't have. Don't stay out too late. Don't let her know if you're going to be late, or let her know if you're going to be late coming home. Finish your homework before you watch TV. Clean up after yourself, etc., etc. There was one rule, however, that was strange, and it stood out from the other rules in how strange it was. At first, I tried not to worry about it. Old people sometimes have peculiarities. I initially thought that was all this was, but I was wrong. She insisted that any time I entered or left a room, I was to shut the door behind me right away. It didn't matter if I was going to be in that room for a few seconds. If I entered a room, I was expected to immediately shut the door, and the same was true if I left it. I often forgot this rule in my first week or so there. She never failed to remind me of it. "Shut that damn door," she would always yell, anytime I forgot. It never seemed to matter where she was in the house. She could always tell when I had not shut a door just after opening it. Her house was old, and my understanding is that she was not its first owner. She had lived in it since Mom was a girl. I had no idea how old it was. It could easily have been over 100, judging by its design and layout. It had 2 floors, a basement and a sub-basement. That last floor threw me for a bit of a loop when I discovered it existed. I was washing a load of my clothes when I noticed a door closed, naturally, in a far wall of the utility room. The basement was unfinished, with mostly dirt flooring and bits and bobs stacked or piled or shelved everywhere. The only room you could really walk through without fear of stepping on something or knocking over a stack or pile was this laundry room, which was also the only tiled floor down there. The floor I found in the basement had a board laid across it, easily movable. It was as if Aunt Louise wanted a border there, but not one that she couldn't get past if need be. My curiosity overtook me. The second time I saw it, and I slid the board away from the door and tried it, it was locked. This didn't strike me as all that strange right away. That is, until I realized that this was the only room in the house other than the doors leading outside that Aunt Louise kept locked. I asked her about it one day. She was cooking. "The door in the basement?" she answered. "That's the sub-basement. Not much down there. I mainly keep the preserves down there. It's cool enough for them to keep." "Right," I answered. This didn't really explain why she kept it locked, so if I ever wanted to take a look around down there... "For the love of Christ, boy, why would you want to do that?" I noticed with that response that her face had changed. Aunt Louise mostly wore the same expression, a scowl like someone had just tracked mud onto her freshly shampooed carpet. Again, she wasn't as nasty as her expression indicated, but it was the expression she was most used to making, apparently. But when she responded to my desire to see what was behind that door, her eyebrows raised and her mouth quivered for just a second before answering it. It was so slight, others might not have noticed it, but by that time I knew enough about Aunt Louise to equate that with a scream of horror. I knew then that I had to see what was behind that door. I've always been a curious type, you see. I've never been able to stay away from something that aroused my curiosity. Even if my good sense told me better, I wanted nothing more after that than to see what was in that sub-basement. But how was I to get around that lock? That was going to be an issue. Aunt Louise kept all her keys on a single ring. There weren't that many of them, but I figured if the door to that sub-basement was anywhere, it was there. I just had to find a way to take it from her. This turned out not to be so simple. For one thing, it was not possible to get around the house without being heard. I couldn't sneak from my bedroom to hers in order to sneak the keys without opening and closing all doors in between us. Mine, the door in the far part of the hallway, and hers. Believe me, even if I simply left all the doors open, she somehow knew. I once had to go to the bathroom in the night, and I forgot to close the hallway door. I had just made it to the bathroom when I heard her yell, even while sleeping, "Shut that damned door!" I hurriedly turned back and went to close the hallway door, forgetting to close the bathroom door, and I heard it again. "Shut that damned door!" For that matter, Aunt Louise's room had a squeaky door that also had a catch to it, so when she opened it, it sounded like a chum creak. There was no opening of her door without her noticing. So I forgot about the sub-basement door for a while. I placed my curiosity on the back burner and just tried to get along with the taciturn old woman. Wow, that's a word I haven't heard in a long time. Excuse me. I placed my curiosity on the back burner and just tried to get along with the taciturn old woman for a while. Life got a bit easier. As long as I remembered to keep all doors shut at all times, two of us got along famously. She didn't get in my face about things, and I didn't get in hers. It was a pretty silent house, but one that I got used to living in. I didn't even think it was strange anymore that every part of the house that one accessed that it's a hard sentence. I didn't even think it strange anymore that every part of the house that one accessed through a door always had its door shut. It would have struck me as more odd if any doorway was ever left open. Which brings me to the day Aunt Louise fell asleep while watching The Price is Right. It was a summer day and pretty hot. Louise was slightly less worried about windows being open than doors, but she still tended to only open one at a time, and today she had just one open. One that wasn't doing much at all to cool down a boxed-in house that had zero room for airflow, thanks to Aunt Louise's chief eccentricity. So, naturally, she fell asleep, and I saw my chance. Her purse was at her feet. I was sitting in the chair directly beside hers, reading an Avengers comic book, and trying to ignore the repeated calls of, "Come on down!" from the TV. I looked over at her and saw that she was in a deep doze. Her hearing wasn't Her hearing wasn't the greatest even when she was awake, though she was far from deaf. But I figured in her snooze, there would be little chance she would hear the tiny noise of me rifling through her purse. I found her keys almost immediately and headed off for the stairwell. If she woke up when I opened the door, I would just claim I was doing a load of laundry, but she was unlikely to wake up unless I forgot to close the door, which by now I never did. I headed down the stairs, for some reason tiptoeing, even though I wasn't yet at the place I had been shut out from. I felt absurdly guilty, despite the fact that Aunt Louise had never expressly forbidden me from doing what I was doing now. The door to the basement was closed, of course, but unlocked as always. I ducked through and closed it, waiting a few minutes, listening for a shifting of Aunt Louise's frame in the chair, indicating she was getting up, or perhaps her voice calling to ask why I was in the basement. Quietly, I crept for the laundry room, opened the door and closed it just as quick, slipping inside. I felt for the chain pull for the light and pulled it. Low, eerie light flickered through the room. I had never thought of the lighting in here as eerie before, but I did now. There was something about this entire endeavor that felt wrong, but my curiosity overrode my sense of caution. I crept toward the door and slid the board away from it. Aunt Louise had apparently put it back in place after the last time I had done this. The question of why she had done so played in my brain for a moment, but I ignored it and brought out the key ring. I found the right key on the third try and heard a loud chuck of the lock sliding away. I froze, heart beating in my chest, waiting to hear a cry from upstairs. Nothing. The door opened silently as a ghost. There wasn't any light to illuminate the staircase beyond. I didn't even see a chain pull for a light on the stairs. My brain was screaming at the rest of my body to turn around and forget this little adventure, but I paid it no heed and crept down the stairs, feeling along the wall for guidance. It turned out there was a tiny amount of light coming through vents in the ceiling. It wasn't much, but I could see that there was a pull string light just a few feet from the foot of the stairs. Stupid place to put it. It should be right at the landing. But I walked down what appeared to be a fairly compact hallway and pulled the string. If possible, the light that flickered on was lower than the light from the laundry room. I could barely tell I'd turned it on. I looked around and saw that, indeed, Aunt Louise did have rows of preserves down here. I was somewhat disappointed at the mundane answer to the mystery. For a moment, it seemed that the secret sub-basement was exactly what it was supposed to be. Except I could feel a puff of a warmish breeze that should not be possible down in the hard-packed earthen walls and cooler subterranean air. The sense of wrongness was still there, and still strong, and I realized the long row of shelves holding jars ended in a doorway at the end. A doorway that didn't have a door. I crept forward, arms in front of me, stepping carefully. The room beyond the door was dark and smelled musty. I couldn't feel a source of the slightly warm air that was brushing against my skin, but I was noticing that the closer I got to that room, the warmer the air became. By the time I was at the mouth of the tunnel, somehow I'd started thinking of this place as a tunnel by this time. The air wasn't just warm, it was humid. Fetid. The smell went from musky to moldy, to something even worse. I was assailed by that sense of wrongness, stronger than ever. I had to get out of here. Why was I walking even closer? There wasn't much light, but I could see the outline of another door on the other side of the room. It was ajar. Seeing a door ajar in Aunt Louise's house was like seeing a shattered window in anyone else's. It was wrong. It was not meant to be. But then, I wasn't precisely in Aunt Louise's house anymore, was I? This tunnel was not built for this house. I knew that in my soul. It was here before, long before. This place was a place that had only become attached to Aunt Louise's house by short-sighted builders, unaware of what they had unearthed, what they should have left buried. It took me a moment to realize that the room beyond, the very room I was about to step into, was moving. The light was too dim to really see what was happening, but there was motion beyond it, unceasing, slow, lazy motion all along the walls, the floor. I could hear a slight squelching noise from its every corner. Things were crawling, expanding their pulpous flesh, and looking at me, daring me to cross that floor and shut the door on the far side, forever closing. Excuse me. And looking at me, daring me to cross that floor and shut the door on that far side, forever closing out what might be coming through it. I heard sucking sounds. Some formless, gelatinous presence, stretched and flexed in the darkness. In that moment, a sense of understanding came to me. I was not the first person to stand at this door. This door that could not be closed. Not the first person to see that other door. The one that was not meant to be, standing open on the other side, and knowing that it always would until someone worked up the courage to cross the threshold and close it. Aunt Louise had not the courage, so she had fled and kept every door in her house closed at all times, hoping against hope that keeping her doors closed at all times would alert her when whatever was beyond that. Aunt Louise had not the courage, so she had fled and kept every door in her house closed at all times, hoping against hope that keeping her doors closed at all times would alert her when whatever was beyond that damned door finally came for her. I didn't have the courage either. I turned and fled, and never looked back. When I was 16, I moved out of Aunt Louise's house and into a halfway house. Once I was 18, I got a job upstate and moved there. Never went back to Aunt Louise's and never called her. Tried hard to not even think about her. But I haven't been successful. I still think back to that day. I stood at that doorway. Think about the squelching, wriggling things that waited in the dark. And I wonder if Aunt Louise ever found the strength to cross the room and shut that damned door. It was alright. I think it was pretty good. It's a nice short story. Doesn't overstay its welcome. It's definitely outside of the realm of possibility, but at the same time, it's written just believably enough. I feel like the ending was a bit short. I do really like that kind of mental connection, though. The fact that she has to shut every other door in case she hears that one door shut. She has to know. Quite peculiar. I wish the ending were more elaborated upon. I did like it. Just seemed a bit quick at the end. I did like the descriptions. I really loved the way that things were described and laid out, everything like that. But yeah, I mean, the rest of the stream was fun too. I hope you guys liked the bingo aspect of it. I think that was a fun, kind of new direction to take this in. I don't know if I'll be doing it in the future, but I certainly would like to. It's a very fun little thing to be doing. I just need more, I need more things to do with this and with the logos that I created. Just in general. I really don't want to timestamp this, but I think it shouldn't take too long. I'll be in the voice chat if anyone needs me, timestamping my video. Or timestamping the VOD, I guess you should call it. I thought that was nice. if you liked the stream, if you like my reading voice, you could always subscribe for more twink voice, I guess. If you don't, then dislike the video. I don't care. Or you could like it if you liked the stream. So desperate. So needy. But yeah, if you liked it, then like it. You know, a like goes a long way, so does a subscription. As minimal as it is. If you're not already. Pretty sure most of the people who come here are regulars, but, you know, on the off chance you're not, it's always good to have new people. New regulars. I do horror content. Or at least I try to. I'm a variety streamer. I'll do pretty much anything that's put in front of me as long as I can handle it. But I do kind of lean towards horror. Anyway. Enough introductions. I hope you liked the minigame aspect. I will be going now. I'll see you in the Discord for anyone who will be there. Goodbye. Mwah.